Hello everyone, welcome to What If Cid Defeated the Diabolos Cult and Zombie Apocalypse Happened Part 1. Before we start, please go support Lance783 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Cid is a male. An alternate history where Cid and the Seven Shadows defeated the Diabolos cult a year ago and stopped their plans. However, a new threat would arise. What awaits them? Chapter 1, Remastered. The Beginning Part 1. Since I was a child, I wanted to be the Eminence in the shadows, the protagonist, the supporting character, the villain or the antihero. None of that interested me. I liked to see the character that was only in the shadows and gave the mystery. I trained daily for that. I even reached the human limit with hard training. However, it would be useless if I couldn't against an army of people or armed people, a missile or atomic bomb. I got to the point where I gave up. However, I achieved what I have wanted so much, to be so powerful and so strong, to be an eminence in the shadows and have the power of an atomic bomb. 3 years ago I became the eminence among the shadows, and 1 year ago I stopped the Diabolos cult. There is nothing but boring days. With the cult defeated and the kingdom of Oriana at peace, nothing has happened. Part of the people, although that will not deviate me from my goal of being only an eminence in the shadows. Defeating the cult was only a step. I want to be seen as someone mysterious. My life is boring. Pretending to be the wounded and more cliches than a protagonist would have nothing scared me, nor the feeling of something bad, nothing at all, or so I thought. Kingdom of Oriana. Cid POV. What a boring day, just like all the others. What should a protagonist do in this case? The Diabolos cult returns? Another cult in the shadows? A powerful enemy appears and I fake my death? Meh, the same old ideas. I said it while walking through the streets, while people next to me walked as if there was no tomorrow in itself. Thinking about my future, I need money to live my 300 years well. But whenever I get the money, a situation occurs where I have to interfere and I lose everything. Is this perhaps the protagonist's bad luck? I would take a sip of my drink as I continued on my way. No, concentrate. The protagonist can choose when to be a secondary character. That should give me a little better luck. Tonight I'll plan it. I'll try to get treasure from some ruins. I need to live my 300 years without worries. Night came and he never found any ruins or information. I would find myself on top of a building thinking about my future. I didn't find any ruins or places that hid any treasure. I simply limited myself to robbing the bank that Ganma had built sometimes. Although no one could know my speed, I didn't want to settle for so little. I needed to know if where the hell there was some treasure. Shadow-sama. You are here, Beta. I sharpened my voice as soon as Beta arrived. SSI. What is being offered to you? Looking back, contemplating the beautiful view of the moon along with the lights that were all the way down, giving a great pose. Shadow-sama SEV10 genial. With slightly red cheeks looking at him in astonishment, Beta continued to report. I've discovered something. Oh, what have you discovered? At the hospital that Ganma recently built with help from ETA, there have been nighttime robberies. Theft? But I'm sure I wasn't caught. Could it be that they've already realized that I'm the one stealing their gold? No, that's not possible at all. I would be worried and thoughtful while sweat came out of my body, but due to the cold of the night it was not noticeable at all. We suspect that the Diabolos cult had something to do with this. The cult of Diabolos? Yes, they were defeated by us a year ago, but it is suspected that one of the groups that escaped is still planning to resurrect Diabolos. As a protagonist, I expected this, leaving them alive so that a new plot, the revenge of the cult, could come about, very well thought out, although perhaps it would have been better if it were another cult that was behind this. I was wrong to leave them alive. Among my thoughts with the same bored expression as always, I was no longer surprised by this kind of plots. We don't know yet what Shadow-sama is up to, so we don't know how to proceed. We were waiting for your answer. We could stop them and have it all be over once and for all, or I can act like a true eminence among the shadows and just wait for whatever has to happen. There's nothing to do for the moment. I had no idea what I was supposed to say, so those words just came out of my mouth. WY Shadow-sama? Could it be that he plans to get more information about them and that way make a stronger counterattack? Oh, Shadow-sama is great. I would look at him with enthusiasm and blush while writing a little in my notebook about how Shadow then said an indirect strategy. To be precise, I don't have the slightest idea what to do. Beta, I'll go report to Alpha-sama Lord Shadow. Do it if necessary, be prepared. He might hack the system again tonight. Someone better be on guard if you don't want to be robbed again. Having said this, I would surround my body with the slime suit and stand on the edge of the building, tilting my head slightly in the moonlight. Why, yes! But Shadow-sama, what will you do? I have more important things to do. Another mission has come up. I must take care of it. How was I able to say that? It's unforgivable. I shouldn't doubt Shadow-sama. He knows everything. I'm sorry I doubted you, my lord. I would have thrown myself off the building, lightly touching my face until I formed a smile. Now I've left, the intrigue is what a true protagonist would do. Ju. I see, so that's what he told you. And in that case, let's get ready for tonight in case they come. Give the word that everyone is to stay awake tonight. As you say, Alpha-sama. Beta began to withdraw, leaving Alpha. Hey, what are we going to eat this time? They say they'll add 3 more meals, but they haven't said which ones. Oh gee, and I was so excited to know, so I wouldn't get my hopes up. I guess I'll have to wait. Have you heard that rumor? Cool? The 7 Shadows wiped out much of the Diabolos cult a year ago. I think the higher-ups did mention it, but it was just rumors. Well, although the cult will no longer be a nuisance, other organizations and the 7 Shadows are still suspected. No one trusts them yet, and they don't know what they're up to or could be up to. I guess. Alpha-sama, I have a report to make to you. Beta would come out in a black portal behind where he was. Oh, it's you, Beta, what's going on? Ganma-san has reported that there has been theft from his hospital, but security hasn't caught anyone. How strange, Gamma's security systems are the best. It's difficult for someone or several people to break through them. Alpha took his chin while thinking about what could have happened. What is the order, Alpha-sama? Tell Delta and Zeta that we'll go to her to find out more. How to order, Alpha-sama? I would walk in the opposite direction. So you're saying that they've been robbing you the same way for the past 3 days? Why, yes, they've been stealing the medicines that ETA has created. Whoever is behind this, what would they use them for and for what purpose? We don't know. We'd better stay here today and watch out for anyone who comes. Are you sure, Alpha-sama? That would probably mean staying very late. Okay, it's the only way to know who's behind this. If we find him, can I hunt him down? Delta would make a slight grimace of pleasure at saying those words, smiling. No, we have to get information out of him. Ow. I would lower my ears. You're still as silly as ever, kitty. Grr. Enough, don't fight now, it's decided we'll stay, Ganma. Thank you very much. Approximately 2 hours would pass from the beginning of the operation. Delta would be yawning, trying not to fall asleep. Hey, Alpha-sama, I think no one will come yum. Don't despair. We have to try not to fall asleep if we want to know who's behind this. But I usually fall asleep at 11 after a good hunt. I'm not good at enduring more. So baby this. Alpha would throw a bottle at Delta, who would catch it. What is this? Looking curiously at the bottle. It's an energy drink. Shadow-sama says that if you drink it, it gives you the energy to keep you from falling asleep. Shadow-sama is a genius. It is not to be expected from our lord. Cid POV. I would be on the school roof looking at the sky, witnessing the night with nothing else to do. I heard the girls were going to stay until the evening. I think it was good to tell them about the energy drink. I've done it again, now there will be another product. Ju. And now that the cult has returned, will there be another threat? Perhaps it could be the perfect moment when an Eminence creates the fear of not being defeated, or perhaps it disappears. At that moment, a large man with a sword hanging from his neck was trying to enter the school with a fake ID card. Who is he and what's he doing so late? Well, I was starting to get bored. Maybe I can show off as a power in the shadows. I would put on my slime suit and head towards where he was quickly. It's ready. I would manage to enter through the security window and start walking stealthily so that no one sees me. The boss said he needed the books. What a shame the room is full of guards. I still find it difficult to know that a voice is speaking to you in your head, and even more so that it is Aurora, the Witch of Chaos. It's not my problem if you don't believe me. Alexia and Claire would be talking in the room. Well, whatever you say. By the way, isn't there something that talks about the Aurora? A book or something like that and prove to you that it's true? There are some, but they are in the library and to enter you have to be royalty, so I doubt that's what's in the book. Could you help me? I can't. Why not? It's true that I'm royalty, but it would take me too long to convince those guards why I want to read the sealed books. They're very annoying. Good heavens. I was discouraged when I heard those words from Alexia-san. That meant that getting to that place was going to be more difficult than I thought. Although there is another way. And what is it? That you and I go steal the book. As steal? That's how it is. But I can't steal if they catch me. I'll be fired from my job and my reputation will fall. No problem, I'll hire you and give you a job. But still. I'm used to throwing money away. Hey, that sounds rude. Well, then will you help me? All right. Perfect. Get ready for tomorrow night because we'll do it tomorrow. All right. Light sigh. So you'll believe me? I already told you that I believe you. But you still think I'm strange. Because it's a different thing if I don't believe what you say. TCH, well, I'm going to my room now. Okay. POV Cid. I found myself following the mysterious person who was looking for the books while watching from the top of the building. First, I'll make him believe that he succeeded and got the book, and at the end, when everything seems happy and cool, someone appears if that's how an Eminence acts. I thought while I had my hand on my head, this plan definitely couldn't fail. It was a classic anime cliché. A metallic sound would be heard opening. It was a window lock which was opened by him with a wire. The library would have several guards, so he threw a small ball of his magic turned into stone and threw it at one of his heads. He would fall and alarm the other guards, who would go to his aid thinking that he had fainted, leaving the perfect gap to enter. Going down the window and walking stealthily, he would reach the book he was looking for. It had several chains and a bolt. I won't be able to open them in time. I'd better break them and use my speed to escape without being seen. It would break and the guards would turn around confused, but they would not see anyone. However, they noticed that the window was open and the book was not in its place. Evidently it was a robbery, so turning on the alarms would immediately begin a long search for the thief. I did it. The boss will be happy with this. Maybe he'll promote me. He was running, climbing in a red suit and a hood that half covered his face on the roofs of the halls. However, when he got outside, he could see that there was someone in front of him who was wearing dark-colored clothing and a black hood along with a mask of the same color. Where are you going in such a hurry? Why, you are Shadow? I liked it better when people didn't know me well, but I guess so many appearances in these 2 years have left some space. I'm sorry. I was just following orders. Don't kill me. Well, I like this scene. Answer me something. Who sent you? I can't say it. If I do, they'll kill me, but if I don't tell him, he'll kill me like crazy. Oh, okay, I'll tell you, but please never reveal that I was the one who told you. I don't want them to find out I'm still alive, or they'll kill me. Hurry up. Using my voice, which was thicker than usual, I managed to make a good change, making him sweaty and immediately tell me what happened. I achieved the voice of a Lord of the Shadows. I was sent by the Cult of Devils. MJ, the cult, huh? I thought they were defeated a year ago. Wow, so my theory was correct. They come back to get revenge on the protagonist. Now I have the perfect plot. I was starting to get bored. Although I don't remember that we defeated them, they mysteriously disappeared anyway. The idea that we had won was not in sight. Who's in charge? I don't know. I was only sent by orders of a knight with black armor and golden edges, that's all. I couldn't know anyone other than the one who gave the orders. Get out of here. SSI. The thief would run away in the opposite direction to mine. So, Black Knight, it doesn't sound familiar to me. Do I know him? Approximately at 1:20 p.m. at City Hospital. A person with glasses, dark hair, and a robe was watching from outside the hospital with the greatest caution of all. Well, it seems there is no one, but I'd better confirm. I would take a small crystal and shine the moonlight on it to inspect the darkest areas until in one of those I would see two people in black suits. I could see a girl with cat ears and another with white ears in the area. So the 7 shadows already know I'm coming here, huh? Interesting. It was worth coming personally. If we sent someone untrained, they would have already come in. I have no chance of facing all 7 at once, although it seems there are fewer. It's not an idea. The best thing would be to camouflage myself and see the available entrances. I would take a part of the duct and separate it from it by entering and moving slowly to avoid noise. The pipeline will only take me to a shortcut but will make things simpler for me. After some time he would arrive near the door, however the duct had finished lowering, carefully watching the door. It's closed, but I can open it quietly. I would put some reddish viscous liquid into the lock and it would open by removing it and entering. I would open the doors of the room, seeing all the medications in it, which are quite a few. Perfect, now I'll take everything. However, before moving, he would be quickly pointed with a sword near his neck and several figures would be surrounding him. But how? I made sure you guys were distracted. We knew it, but we weren't going to send all our troops into a single room. You were quite naive to think we wouldn't notice. A silver-haired elf girl would speak with a confident smile. TSK Reyes. Now confess, who are you? What are you looking for? Why do you want the hospital's medicines? I won't tell them anything. The sword began to get closer to his neck. Safe? TCH, I have no other choice. I don't want to use what that brat gave me, but if I don't use it I'll die here. I can't let the cult down, not when we're so close. Lord Ains, I'm very sorry it ended this way. I would take out some blood red and purple pills and eat them all. What are you doing? So you're going to do it? It seems like the cult never learns. The person would begin to grow a little, measuring 2 meters tall. However, his eyes seemed to have a strange red color and blood mixed with saliva fell from his mouth. His body would be filled with wounds and his skin would change to a grayish one. His nails would grow and his teeth would turn a yellowish color. GGGGRRR. The sound of something piercing would be heard coming out, Delta attacking the creature and piercing its chest. Heh, that was very easy. However, the creature, seeing that, instead of feeling pain or falling, would attack Delta again, taking her by surprise. She would manage to cover herself in time, however, its claws would tear her slime suit a little, moving away a little. But how? Did he manage to break the slime suit? Delta would look at his arms, noticing that his suit was somewhat torn, making a confused face. That one? The creature would rush at her again, however, it would receive a stab from Beta and Epsilon. However, this would only make him more enraged as he tried to bite them. However, confused, they would manage to dodge the attack and move away. What the heck, isn't he being affected by our attacks? No, he isn't, but he's ignoring the pain. This has happened before with other enemies. But how is that possible? The pills were supposed to only multiply his power. He doesn't seem human. Whatever it is, it must be stopped. At that very moment the zombie had created a slime axe, smiling psychopathically, leaving them all confused. That's it? Slime? But how is it possible? He had lunged at them all again, but they all dodged his attack again. Alpha, who was in the center, lunged at his head and with a quick movement, decapitated him. Puff, it's over. You're right. Even though he has the slime, he still can't control it perfectly. I didn't think he had another trick up his sleeve. We didn't manage to uncover much, but at least we confirmed that this is the work of the Diabolos cult. What is this? When you're on the verge of death, eat it. It's something that girl did for us. Little girl? He came in a horse carriage. He looked about 17 years old. He said he came with the intention of helping us defeat Shadow Garden. I understand, but what are they exactly for? I don't know, it's still a prototype. I would recommend not using them without knowing the effects they will have. GGGRRR. The head had returned to its place and would pounce again on a number, managing to catch it and aggressively bite its neck. Ack. 554. But how is he still alive? We decapitated him. Help her! An excited Delta would rush at him, throwing a powerful blow. However, a metal sound would be heard. It was the axe that had managed to stop the blow. The axe had returned to its liquid slime form and had become a huge mallet, hitting Delta, sending her flying. However, she would cover herself before receiving the impact. But the absorb the powers? Chapter 2, Remastered. The beginning, Part 2. Why doesn't he die? We've already launched our attacks and he just seems to regenerate. Exclaimed an Epsilon with disgust, looking from the distance. Growling. What happened to 554? She's fine, right? He's not unconscious yet, but he only got bitten once. I don't understand why he got so sick. Go and wake Ada up, we need some medicine or something that can help her. But she's asleep. Do it! As Alpha Sama orders. Beta would carry 554 on her shoulders while giving one last look to the other shadows, wishing them good luck. The white-haired girl left the field. Ju, he's a good catch. Alpha Sama won't mind if I hunt him? Do it, we don't need it anymore. Delta would smile and begin to radically increase her magical power with a loud scream that would shake the entire place. The numbers and shadows would move out of her way to avoid disturbing her. They already knew what happened when Delta hunted prey. I remember when we fought that night, I disliked that he used that transformation. Zeta would cross his arms while watching the scene. Delta continued increasing her magical power until she created a huge sword which continued growing while looking at that zombie still growling. Die! As he forcefully threw the huge magic sword he had created towards him. There would be a huge explosion of smoke and everyone would take cover, not being able to see anything until a few seconds later the crushed corpse covered in blood was seen, assuming that everything was over. I did it! I got him! An exhausted Delta would say excitedly, falling to the ground smiling. Wow, I didn't think you need to completely crush the body to stop it from moving. It seems that even if it was injured, it couldn't fall. This is a good discovery. Good work, Delta. Delta will have chops as a reward, right, Alpha Sama? Delta would smile while she was on the ground. Yes. Well, we'll report this to Shadow Sama when we can vacate as soon as possible, but for now, let's conduct an investigation with the remains first. I understand. I was jumping around the rooftops at high speed in my slime suit while I was somewhat thoughtful. What if I steal some gold? The girls are busy with the intruder. I could take advantage, although it would be a dirty tactic not from the eminence of the shadows. Besides, there is no guarantee that they would not put surveillance. However, I could bypass security, but I think for the moment it is fine. I would manage to reach the hospital where everything had happened with a masterful entrance with my shadow power. As Shadow Sama, an Epsilon would say with a blush on her cheeks, going after him with a pose to try to seduce Shadow. Shadow was distracted looking at the corpse, thinking about this. Boss! An excited Delta would jump after falling on it. Zeta would look at everything quite jealous as well, heading towards Shadow and placing him next to him. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Delta every time we meet? You too, Zeta. I would stand up and push both of them away from me, who reluctantly moved away. Report, what happened here? Well, you see, we were keeping watch just as you ordered us and we discovered a thief entering the hospital. Everything was under control. We were about to get information out of him and defeat him, but he took out some very strange pills and gained much more power to the point that he didn't seem to reason and attacked us aggressively even though he was covered in wounds. He bit 554 and now she's unconscious. Yavio. Wait a minute, who the hell is 554? I don't remember any other members. Were there 554 members? We assumed the cult had something to do with it, but now we're not so sure about that hypothesis. We defeated it a long time ago, and if it's still there, why now? I understand. Anything else to add? Delta defeated him, but he had to use his magic power in one attack and crush his body completely so that he would stop moving. It didn't seem to affect him that we cut off his limbs like his chest, heart, and arms, and even with wounds on his legs he continued moving. Also, I discovered something else. What happened? The slime that you had given us your power a long time ago, he seemed to absorb it and use it. Did it absorb the slime? Wow, I didn't think that was possible. It'll be interesting if I ask ETA to do some studies on it. I like that ability. What is the Shadow Order? Focus on healing that injured member. Tell ETA on my behalf to investigate that body. I'd like to know more about it and to give me the details. Understood, Shadow. We lost communication with Sky. I assume it was defeated by Shadow Garden. Impossible even with the pills? Maybe I don't use them in time. It's okay, don't worry. It was just a prototype. I hope your plan works, Sprat. We've already lost a high-ranking member after this. If this fails again, you'll face the consequences. It will work. Only one thing can stand against it, and that is its own power. A pink-haired woman with a broken voice would say, holding her chest with some annoyance that she hid, however it wasn't noticeable due to her lowered gaze. By the way, who are you? That doesn't matter, it doesn't matter now. Chapter 3, Remastered. The Beginning Part 3. One day after what happened on Sunday night, like any normal day, I would find myself lying in my bed thinking about what had happened yesterday. I didn't expect there to be a guy who could absorb slime. According to Alpha's description, he was dead. Could he be a zombie? I think this is when the story starts to take its interesting turn. At that moment, I would hear some slow knocking sounds on the door. I would go to open it with the same bored look as always, since I was sleepy. The truth is, I would prefer to sleep a little more. Who is it? You just woke up, didn't you? Alexia? Come, I have some things to tell you. No. I'll give you 1 gold coin. And what are you waiting for? Let's go. A little while would pass and I would find myself next to Alexia walking through the halls. Would you mind if we talked somewhere where we weren't in plain sight? Yeah. That's the bad thing about talking to her. I drank my juice while I kept walking. What are you up to now? Did you hear the news? What news? Last night there was a fight at the hospital. It's unknown who was responsible, but several medications were stolen, along with a large pool of blood next to a corpse. He continued drinking his juice. Do you think it was Shadow Garden again? I don't know. Sighs. I don't think it was them, maybe. What if there's another organization behind this? That's what I was wondering. A defeated cult wouldn't have the resources to do something so lethal. I think my theories about the cult still being alive and another one interfering merged. Is that when the protagonist thinks? Nah, the cult could never have existed. I'll just play along. Whatever it is, a year ago there was peace in Oriana, but there's something that still worries me a lot. I can't stop thinking that something bad will happen. Why don't you stop thinking? I don't know, I can't help it. I see. What's your idea? Something? I don't have the slightest idea about anything. I just found out, and it was because you told me. Gosh, apart from being stupid, you're also distracted. At least help me. I don't want to be the only one talking about this topic. I told you why I was confident you knew something. Well, if you're so intrigued, you can find the answers yourself. I'd take a sip of juice. Answers? How? You go yourself to confirm any doubts you have and that's it. You're right, thanks Pachi. I would throw him a gold coin and Cid would jump at it and fall to the ground comically. Well, if it bothers you, I'll go to P class. It's time for my workout. See you then? What's going on? Nothing. I would head away from her to where the physics classroom was. ETA was with 554's body on a stretcher while investigating what could have happened. Hundreds of theories were going through his mind, but now he only wanted one thing in particular. How boring, I want to sleep. A knocking sound would be heard on the door. Iite-sama, can we come in? Okay. Two girls entered, who would be 664 and 665. With a worried tone, they walked where Ita. How is she doing? He's still unconscious. He doesn't seem to be reacting to any medication. But she'll be okay, right? I don't know. No. Com 664. That was all? Yeah. ETA would turn around and continue their investigation with dark circles under their eyes since they hadn't slept much, and 664 and 665 would leave the room. Damn, if only we had been there, this wouldn't have happened. I'm also angry, but let's not stress ourselves out. That won't get us anywhere. But our comrade is injured. I know, but you saw the situation. Even the Seven Shadows had complications. We would have just been in the way. TSK, I just hope she recovers. I don't want to lose my sister. It's okay, everything will be okay. Alexia POV. I was walking thinking about what Cid had told me until I accidentally bumped into someone. Oh. I would wake up and look at a familiar face. It was Claire Nay-san, my sister. Oh, that hurt. He would get up from the floor with some difficulty and look at Alexia. Alexia? Watch out next time. It wasn't my fault. Besides, I was in a hurry. Well, I was going to go with my brother and asked him if he heard about yesterday. Cid is training? Wait, you know that too? I had forgotten, damn it, why? I just wanted to talk to someone who knows about the subject. Do you have time? Okay, but I'll see you at 7:30. I'm really in a hurry. Okay. I watched as Claire ran away to the opposite side sighing. I just remained thoughtful after what Cid said. Itia would be observing the corpse and analyzing its blood. I'll use the microscope Shadow-sama told me about. Maybe I can observe better that way. He would say it by putting the blood on a piece of paper and observing it with his microscope, noticing many viruses. Ganma would then enter the door with 2 coffees in his hands. Itie-san, I thought we could have a coffee together. You've been working day and night. All right. I would leave the microscope and go with Gamma. So Itie-san, what have you discovered? Not much. I just noticed with the new device Shadow-sama recommended to us some very small particles in groups that can't be seen with the naked eye. Particles? Would it be okay if you called him and he came to explain more about these particles? Okay, I'll tell Alpha-sama. But don't expect too much. Shadow-sama is too busy. You could hear the wind breaking slightly with some blows that pushed the drops a little bit several times between the rain. I'm not like him yet, I'm not at his level. Remembering that guy who had saved him before. How beautiful I had seen that night. Chapter 4 Remastered. The Beginning Part 4. I was leaving my physics class. I felt a little tired after the tests and headed to the cafeteria to order the same boring lunch as always. Oh, Cid. Are you going to buy yourself a cheap lunch again? Gosh, dude, buy yourself something better for once, haha. I approached the dining room to order when I heard a voice. Hola, Cid-san. I heard a familiar voice. It was Nina-senpai greeting me. Do you want to eat with me? Nina-senpai? Cid's 2 friends were shocked to see Nina again. They always said she was beautiful and would give anything for her to invite them to dinner. It's forbidden to cut in line, I said, trying to stop her, but she passed easily. Are you going to eat that meager 980 zeni lunch again? How sad. I wouldn't call it sad, more like saving. Yeah? Whatever you say, but at least let me treat you to something. What do you want to eat? Well, cutting in line isn't a crime after all. The most expensive thing on the menu, as always. Very well. In that case, it will be the deluxe lunch for super rich names of 100,000 zeni. Nina-senpai, well, is it okay to treat me to lunch too? I invite me too, please. Hiro and Jaga said. They looked very nervous about being around Nina-senpai. But I already bought you a chess set. It's true. Thank you, Nina-senpai. How cheeky what? I do the same thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, hee. I noticed you guys really like Mitsugoshi's games. Well, I'm leaving now. Take care. Let's go, Cid-san. I approached Nina-senpai, leaving the two idiots behind me. We ate in silence for a while, until senpai asked me something. Cid-san. Dime. Are you free tonight? Let's try Mitsugoshi's new game with the guys. It's called Chinese checkers. I can't. I have something urgent tonight. It's okay. Don't worry, hee. She looked a little disappointed, but she's Nina-senpai. She'd be fine. I continued eating my super expensive lunch. It's rare that I get to savor it slowly. Senpai, you are a good person. Hee. A few hours later, night fell. Eita continued to investigate the zombie's lifeless body until a shadow gracefully appeared in the room. As expected of her master. Did you call me Eita? Yes, I wanted to ask you about these strange particles. I was able to see them thanks to the microscope you gave me. Let me see. He approached the microscope, and with his eye he distinguished hundreds of viruses in the body of the same subject. A virus? Could it be a zombie epidemic? Do you have an idea? You're a virus. Virus? Eita looked confused, but was relieved to see that her master immediately knew what it was. Explaining it in detail would be too long. I'll summarize it as best I can. She just exhaled and sat down. This was going to be long. One way or the other. Shadow began teaching Eita everything about viruses. There were several types, they caused different diseases, and were identified by different symptoms. The one she'd seen under the microscope, however, was a new one. Did you understand? Yeah. It's a very advanced virus, so I don't expect you to find a cure anytime soon. You've only just begun to understand bacteria, and this virus goes way beyond that. You'd better do more research, Eita. When he turned around, Eita had fallen asleep. She always made him sweat. Well, it was obvious. He didn't sleep all day, so I didn't expect him to last long. Shadow laid her down on the couch and approached 554's body. I think there's only one way to know if this is a zombie virus. He took a blood sample and put it under a microscope. He could see the same viruses that were in the corpse. That confirmed his theory. He could feel the door opening, and when he turned his gaze, he saw a pair of wolf ears. Boss? Delta jumped on him as soon as he entered. Boss. The worst possible person came at this moment. I heard you're back. Shadow tried to get her off him while she shook him. Stop calling me every time we meet. Sigh. So, what are you doing here, Delta? Alpha-sama promised to give me a nice little pat down for yesterday. So I was left waiting for her, hee. Alpha? Will she come here? And what are you doing here, Chief? I came at Eita's request to explain some things she didn't understand. The door opening echoed again, and a familiar feline entered. Oh no. Zeta. Shadow! I didn't know you were back. Zeta wasted no time in hitting on him. Zeta, however, kept smiling at Delta, who was enraged that she had barged in with her master. You! It wasn't enough for you to ruin my lunch. Now you're with my boss! Our boss, you say? You're not the only one here who thinks he's a boss, Hitch. Chapter 5, Remastered. The Beginning Part 5. That's enough. Both of you stop. Alpha went out to calm the situation, making the two obey with a nervous face. It's a good thing Alpha arrived at the right time. A minute later and a battle equal to or worse than the one at school would have erupted. They both knelt down and Alpha turned to me. Shadow, I came to check on the situation. Well, Eita's taking a break. She looks exhausted. No, I mean, what's the status of the number? Critical. His condition continues to worsen, and at this rate, I doubt we'll be able to develop a drug in time. I'd like to be nice to Alpha about the news, but the truth is, it's best to be direct, even if I need to be cold. Alpha knew me so well that I was even starting to know a little when I lied, and that scared me a little. But it was just a bite, wasn't it? What happened? It appears the person who bit her had a deadly contagious disease. His bite was enough to infect her. What do you mean? What kind of disease? Alpha looked distressed. It's something never seen before, even for me. I approached Number and stretched out my hand to try to heal her, but... Tisk! The slime imbued with magic entered the body, but nothing happened. I can't heal her. Does her body absorb the slime? Alpha saw this with distress, and turned to me again. But if even you can't cure her, then what will happen to her? I don't know yet. I could heal her with mana, but the amount required is too much. Her body wouldn't be able to handle it, unlike me or the Seven Shadows. Ada suggested ending her suffering, but it's not an option, at least not at first. Both members of her team wouldn't forgive me. For now, the least I can do is lock her up so she doesn't harm anyone else. I understand. Alpha, don't tell the others yet. Wait for the right moment. What will that moment be? When I find out who's behind this. Alpha was surprised. I sighed quietly and prepared to leave the room. I think that phrase came out pretty well. To appear cool to his students. I still have things to do. Thank you for your visit, Shadow. I turned around to leave, but Delta grabbed my shoulder and looked at me happily. Boss. Can we hunt together tomorrow? No. He promised. Okay. Yes. I put on my slime suit and disappeared from the place. Epic, like an Eminence in the shadows. What exit could I use next? There are so many ideas, but you did well today, Cid. Wait, please. I don't know if I want to do this. A man was tied to a chair. He looked distressed, but the men in front of him paid no attention. How are the preparations going? No problem, Master. The substance will finally make its first appearance. The virus is complete thanks to that little girl. Tell me again the name of his deceased father. Ruslan Barnett. The vice principal of the academy where she studied. The man they called Master smiled, remembering the fool who dug his own grave. She did a great job raising such a wonderful daughter. She'll be a great asset to me, just as her mother was. But now we've lost the artifact that held its power. Aren't you worried? Don't be silly. I didn't need a useless guy like him on my team. His mission was to raise Sherry well and convince her to join the cult, but the idiot let his power go to his head and thought with the eye he wouldn't need us anymore. That cost him his life. I see, but what if she finds out you were the one who sent him to kill her family? She'll never know, and even if she does, I just have to take her out. That girl is a valuable resource. Doesn't going to such extremes seem like too much to you? Do you have anything to complain about? No. The teacher approached the man in the chair. Rather than annoyance, there was only emotion on his face. Now, let the chaos begin. The virus test starts now. The scientist pressed a button and capsules of blood came out from the sides of the chair. Wait! The dark red, spotted capsules were approaching him. The syringes were just inches away. No! Please, no! I don't want to die. Please stop. No! The man writhed in his chair, his eyes filled with the deepest terror. He hoped to appeal to the sympathy of the men in front of him, but it was too late. The injections pierced his skin, injecting the pathogen. The man screamed in pain, only to feel a surge of rage seconds later. Agrafa! Sherry watched from the other room, but turned away and covered her ears. She wanted to kill Shadow but had no idea that they would use an innocent to test their pathogen. Certainly the idea was very unpleasant. The test subject is ready. The virus is a success. The man in the chair had mutated. His skin lost its color, his hair was falling out, and his eyes showed no will. Perfect, but there's a problem. Look! Aerg! The decrepit man writhed in his bonds, trying to lunge at them. Is there any way to make him ignore us? Miss Sherry is working on a device to solve that, but she still needs time. The master laughed with emotion. Well, we have to try it now. Wait, if we release it now and it infects the entire city, we'll be in danger too. You said the artifact was in the works, right? Besides, even without that, we just have to get the hell out of Oriana and come back when we have an artifact to take over. Well, that makes sense. But, Master, it doesn't seem to me that it's... Do it. The scientist sighed and looked at the control board. Understood. He pressed the red button, and the chains binding the man to the chair were released. He shot towards them, however. He received a great magic wave that sent him flying towards the center of Oriana. Get everything ready. We're leaving here. Okay. At Midgar Academy. I was doing some research on zombies. I'd heard a lot about them in my past life. Even though I wasn't a fan of the series, with an imminent zombie apocalypse, I had to know a little about it. Cid. I felt a hand touch my shoulder. I turned around and it was my sister, Claire. Nei-san? Hey, Cid. What's happening? Nei-san gave off a murderous aura. You forgot about today, right? He took my tie with his hands. Hey! Damn. I was supposed to go grocery shopping with my sister today. Our parents always sent us together when they saw how strong our bond was, and since Nei-san was even stronger than father, they weren't worried about our safety. Sorry! I felt Nei-san's hands go from my tie to my neck and squeeze. You! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry! By this point, I've mastered the mob art of the pathetic plea. I just have to be careful not to overdo it. No! Mercy! Aurora watched them and smiled. She felt a little annoyed seeing Cid protecting her sister so many times without her realizing it, but no matter how hard she tried to tell him, she couldn't break the promise she had made. How are you feeling, Akane-san? Beta asked the black-haired girl with ruby eyes, but she looked at her with a fake smile. I feel much better. Thank you for taking care of me this time, Beta-san. I'm very glad to hear that. Beta smiled. Just wait a little longer, Cid-kun. My sister kept strangling me, while I just continued playing the role of the weak brother. And Nei-san. He finally stopped and sighed. Next time, you won't be so lucky. He gave me an icy stare. I was almost shivering, so I ducked my head. Oh, okay, Nei-san! Some screams were heard outside the academy, leaving me with doubt. What's going on? My sister and I went to the window to get a closer look. There were quite a few people running away. Running everywhere was pointless. But what? Alarms blared throughout the academy. Windows were sealed with metal, several guards rushed out into the hallways, running toward the entrances and exits, while students streamed out of their classrooms, quite confused, until finally, an announcement was heard. All students and staff at Midgar Academy are requested to return to their classrooms immediately. There is no need to be alarmed. This is merely a minor obstruction at the entrance that will be resolved immediately. I repeat, remain in your classrooms and do not leave until further orders. So this is where it starts? I heard Aurora's voice. Huh? What's going on? I have a bad feeling. What do you mean, Aurora? Do you have any idea what's going on? No, but whatever's going on, be careful. Something bad is about to happen. Chapter 6, Remastered. Quarantine. I was in my classroom. The teachers had sent us all who corresponded. My sister, who was next to me, had refused to leave, but 2 guards would have forced her into the classroom. I, as the background character, would have entered without question. The alarms were sounding loudly in the school. They had never been turned on, not even when Delta and Zeta had fought near the school. It was a quite annoying sound while footsteps of the guards came out, and multiple knights heading down, apparently with only one objective: to reach the entrance. The students were confused as to why they did this, since it was 1:30 p.m. at this time. People were leaving the academy, but when they were almost out they had been locked up. The complaints were not long in coming. What the hell is going on? Why can't we go out? A commotion would start to spread throughout the classroom until my teacher had called attention with his voice, drawing the attention of everyone present in the room. Listen! The order has been given to keep you in the classroom. Something dangerous has happened outside the academy. The knights are dealing with it, which is why you cannot leave. But what's going on? Just let us see. Was it so necessary to lock ourselves in and close the windows? We can't give any more information. I don't even know what's going on. I was just given the order to keep them here. Don't worry, the gentleman will surely take care of it, and all this will be over soon. The students would have remained silent and calmed down upon hearing that, although they were still in doubt. The alarm also stopped sounding, the footsteps still leaving a very unpleasant sound, although at least it was better than the abominably unbearable sound that was heard a while ago. Miss Claire, please stop. 2 guards would say they were helping the teacher get her into the classroom. Claire was moving around trying to get out. Leave me alone! I want to go see my brother! I want to see Cid! He's fine. He's in classroom A with the rest of his class, in good hands. Just stop. The students in her class looked at her, all of them sweating at the commotion. It would take about 10 minutes for her to calm down and return to her seat, a little annoyed. Aurora, do you know what's going on? No. But something else is probably going on. Anything else? Oriana Migar. A familiar blonde girl was still thoughtfully practicing her thrusts. Her problem with the 2 kingdoms was gone, however. She still had the thought that she betrayed Shadow Garden and that they were going to take action against her. Her thoughts would leave her mind when she saw smoke that kept coming out of Oriana in the distance. What's going on? Is it a fire? Somewhat confused, I went outside and started to investigate what was happening there. I'd better go check. Midgar Academy. What are you saying? That I can't go out either? That's right, Princess. I can't let you out. Those were orders from the High Command. But I'm Princess Alexia. I can't. Besides, her sister agreed with the decision. TSK, what the hell is Nei-san thinking? Could you at least explain to me what's going on? I can't do that. But I'll just say a little of what I know. Something unknown is happening outside, and the knights are busy stopping the threat from outside. Several are dying. They are trying to protect the school from it. That's why we can't let it pass. Alexia would open the doorknob and leave the living room, very thoughtful, heading to her room. Even the knights who are supposed to be very powerful are having a hard time? I can't stay locked up here without knowing anything. I have to know what's going on. How boring. I don't want to stay locked up here either. I can't leave with my speed. Even if they don't see me, they'll notice that someone is missing here, and the space is closed. There's only one option left. Excuse me. What's going on? I have to go to the bathroom. Can you let me out? If I can't get out of here like I always do, I always resort to this method and it always works. Okay, please accompany him. I would point at one of the 2 guards standing at the entrance to the classroom. Was this a joke? If he accompanies me, I won't be able to escape, but if I leave him unconscious, he will betray me. The best thing is to kill him and leave this as a hidden case, ha ha ha, like an Eminence in the shadows. No one will know who the murderer was. I would start walking with the guard who was following me until I reached the bathroom. I would quickly hit him in the neck and render him unconscious while I began to move him with some difficulty. Wow, I was really annoying. I'm sorry about that, but no one can know who I am. I would make a slime sword and pierce his heart, then put it away and climb onto a nearby window. I think Shadow's identity is a bit early. As a spy, it would be better to have a slightly simpler outfit. I'll try the John Smith spy one. That said, I would put on my mask and my blindfold. I would also make my hair grow with some filler slime to give it the final touch. It really wasn't difficult. The difference with the previous time is that this time my elegant suit was made of slime. This would mean a greater advantage in my physical sections with the help of the slime, unlike the last time when the suit was only elegant. John Smith takes action. Oriana. Rose continued running. She could only watch people running and other people covered in wounds attacking, without understanding. The way people attacked each other was traumatic, but she didn't give up. Mom! Mom! Where are you? Mom! The mother would have gone towards the girl, but she was no longer the same person as always. She would have tried to attack her until Rose would arrive and stab her, making her fall before her eyes, covering her with some splattered blood. Mom? Are you okay, girl? Why did you kill her? She wasn't the same anymore. She was going to attack you if you didn't intervene, come on. He would carry her on his shoulders and the girl would just cling to him, crying. I wonder if Cid-kun will be okay. I need to investigate further what the hell is going on. Chapter 7, Remastered. System to understand fanfic. Cid's action/narration and first person and ends with. Example, I would kick it. I was thinking that the best way to make the protagonist's entrance is to use the old method. Is Cid Kagenou sad? Thoughts. Example. Yesterday. Speaking. Example. Hello, how are you? Note, it is also used in thoughts, but the differentiates them from whether you are speaking or thinking. And when Aurora is speaking, I will use the sign. Example, hello? Same if you are thinking. Hello? And if you are narrating in first person or in POV, then nothing else. She thought about the things that would happen. Nothing changes. Any questions? I am at your service. 3. Mysteries. Rose was running with the little girl in her arms. The city was in chaos everywhere. There was smoke and people running away from other people. Was this the definition of chaos and a semi-apocalypse? Where should I go? There doesn't seem to be any guards or knights here. I need to drop her off somewhere safe. Damn. At that point a scream would have been heard. Rose would turn around and watch as a person was eating another while she was dying of pain and screaming violently. He tore off her flesh and ate it as if she were a wild animal, a scene that was too hard to watch, and she would only tilt her head to the side and prevent the girl from seeing it, holding back the urge to vomit on the spot. A great light would have been seen among all the chaos. There were several horses and they were being transported by knights who were trying to help. Iris-sama, what is the order? Try to save the remaining citizens and don't hold back with those things attacking, be careful. Yeah. Princess Iris. Iris would turn around and look at Rose, who was running with blood stains and carrying a little girl in her arms. Princess Rose? Please take her to a safe place. Rose would give the girl, to which Iris would carry her. Okay, you should leave too. The city is too dangerous. As soon as we're done evacuating, we'll leave. But how did they get into Oriana? That doesn't matter now. You have to go now. We'll take care of the reinforcements. No, I can't do it. I need to know if Cid is okay. Cid? Do you know anything about him? If you're referring to the one from Midgar Academy, he's safe at school. Do you think they can let me in? I don't know. You have a history with Oriana. Also, recently, only students and citizens of Midgar were allowed to enter the Midgar school, but I'll see if I can do something. The shelter will only be temporary with our alliance with Oriana. Okay, thank you very much. Midgar school. Everyone was in the dining room. It was full of guards watching. They had let some students out to eat since it was already a bit late, and several had obviously not eaten this to avoid problems. Cid, where are you? A worried Claire wondered as she searched everywhere for her brother and couldn't find him anywhere. I hope nothing bad happened to him. Who are you looking for? Behind Claire was Alexia with her food from the cafeteria. Where did you come from? I'm eating and you got in my way. It doesn't matter. Who are you looking for? You're wandering around, it's kind of annoying. I'm looking for my brother Cid, I can't find him. His kind are there, but I don't know where he is. Didn't he fall asleep in the chemistry class as usual? Impossible, he's always hungry, he'd never stay, there's plenty of time. What do you suggest? I don't know, I'm still thinking about what I should do. Listen. What's happening? Come to my room, around 8 o'clock tonight. I'll try to look into the case. Really? Okay. Thanks. Yes, whatever. As I guessed, I still don't know the school map. I'm lost. I never came through the roofs and ducts. How will I get out of here? John Smith would touch his chin thinking of an alternative or solution. I have no choice, I guess I'll have to break the window. With my threads, I would begin to accumulate a bit of my mana in them. And once accumulated, I simply pulled the window with the threads, which with my strength was pulled and would break, making a large hole in the armored window, shattering into 1,000 pieces. I'll try not to make noise like a secret agent. He would jump out the window while making a cool pose characteristic of a cliché secret agent. Now where should I go? Coo. Chapter 8 Remastered. Mysteries Part 2. Rose was running with the girl in her arms. The city was in chaos everywhere. There was smoke and people escaping from other people trying to escape from all the prelude that was in Oriana. Where am I going? There doesn't seem to be any guards or knights here. I need to drop her off somewhere safe. At that a scream would have been heard. The girl would turn around and watch as a person was eating another while she was dying of pain. He tore off her flesh and ate it as if she were a wild animal, a scene that was described as a carnage. Rose would only tilt her head to the side and prevent the girl from seeing that. A great light would have been seen among all the chaos. There were several horses and they were being transported by knights who were trying to help the victims of the place. Princess Iris, what is the order? Try to save all the remaining citizens and don't hold back with those things attacking, be careful. Yeah. Iris-sama. Iris would turn around and look at Rose. Princess Rose? Please take her to a safe place. Rose would hand over the little girl. Iris accepted and would hold her in her arms. Okay, you should leave too. The city is too dangerous. As soon as we finish evacuating, we'll leave. No, I can't do it. I need to know if Cid is okay. Cid? Do you know anything about him? If you're referring to the one from Midgar Academy, he's safely at school with the others. Do you think they can let me in? I need to see it. I don't know. We only came because the chaos spread too quickly and it could be a threat to Midgar. We're not involved in Oriana or the other matters. Besides, you need more things to be able to enter, because you left the school. But I'll see if I can convince them to let you in. In any case, the school will now be a shelter. We have no other place to shelter people. You'll have to be a refugee for now. I understand. Thank you. Midgar School. The students were in the dining room. It was full of guards watching. They had let several students out to eat as usual since it was already late, and several had obviously not eaten. Cid, where are you? A worried Claire wondered as she searched everywhere for her brother and couldn't find him anywhere. She must have been trying to figure out what alternatives were. I hope nothing bad happened to him. Who are you looking for? Behind Claire, he met a beautiful student with silver hair and crimson red eyes. It was an acquaintance, his brother's ex-girlfriend, Alexia Midgar. What do you want? I'm eating and you got in my way. It doesn't matter. Who are you looking for? You're wandering around the school. It's kind of annoying. I'm looking for my brother Cid. I can't find him. His classmates are here, but I don't know where he is since this morning. Didn't he get lost in the chemistry classroom like always? Impossible. He's always hungry. He'd never stay there, and I've already looked all over the school and I can't find him. And what do you suggest? I don't know, but I won't give up. I'll keep searching for my brother. Listen. What happens now? Come to my room. I'll help you investigate anyway. I know something strange is going on. Really? Thanks. Yes, whatever. I'll go here, we'll get attention. As I guessed, I still haven't memorized the school map. I'm lost. I never came through the roofs and ducts. Now, how will I get out of this place? I grabbed my chin as I thought about the possible alternatives. I have no choice. I guess I'll have to break the window. I used my mana thread technique and with a few movements of my fingers, I wrapped the threads around the armored door. I simply pulled the threads with a little force, and the door and the piece of wall separated together. I'll try not to make noise like a real cuckoo secret agent. Now where should I go? Hey, did you hear about the new virus? Virus? That's right, they say a new threat has been discovered. Apparently it's a disease or something like that. I have no idea. I had no idea, but why do you think they would hide things from us? Who knows, Mitsugoshi is already in the process of finding out more about everything, but for now we just have to take out the enemies and protect the civilians. Yeah. While the two guards were talking, they would notice a trail of blood scattered about, and when they looked further back, they would notice the lifeless body of their partner. What the hell happened here? Hey! Hey, are you okay? Hey! Is he not responding? Is he? Is he dead? But who here could kill a knight? That wasn't the only thing he observed. Did they escape from the window? Tisk, but that window was armored with a very strong metal from Midgar. Not even we could cut it without being high-ranking knights. What the hell happened here? Did someone come in? Very well, it seems to have worked. Now there are more mysteries and a new case has appeared. My performance was magnificent. The arc is starting quite well. I would be on top of the roof with a smile looking at them while sighing and directing my gaze towards the city. It's time to see what's happening in Oriana. Mitsugoshi Hospital Center. How is the ETA investigation going? It will take time. I've never seen her struggling to find out about a case. Shadow-sama mentioned that the virus was a very difficult subject. Don't underestimate our Lord's words. The worst part is that it's something we can't defeat with power alone. So we'll need an antidote soon. Don't worry, Alpha-sama. Everything will be fine. We're studying everything possible to develop an antidote. By the way, a Gunma question. What's wrong, Alpha-sama? Have you thought about how to prevent creatures from trying to get into the hospital? This is the new hospital we recently created in Oriana. They told us to close it for safety reasons. Apparently the streets are full, and we can't treat people we don't know if they're infected or not, so all we have left is the one in Midgar. I see, let me know anything. Yes. Thank you for your visit, Alpha-sama. Oriana. I'll help the civilians too. It's not dangerous. As Princess of Oriana I will do it. I have already left my city once, I will not do it again. Rose would run away in the direction of her city again. Chase her, don't leave her alone. Understood. Rose would hear the crying of another child who was in shock on top of a car. This child was surrounded by walkers who were trying to grab him to bite him. Get away from him! Rose would move at high speed, slitting the chests of the walkers in an instant. He would put his sword back in its place and look at the child. Everything's okay. You can come out now. Thank you. Are you okay? Where are your parents? They wanted to attack me. Oh, okay, listen, take my hand, okay? I'll take you to a safe place. The child would tremblingly try to take his hand until the dead would slowly begin to rise again. But I hit them in vital spots. How are they still alive? Rose would draw her sword again, and when she tried to attack the abdomen again, the infected would have received the cut. However, he would take the sword with his bare hand and would take it away from the girl who, no matter how hard she tried to struggle, the strength of said being was too great, losing her sword on the spot. Are they stronger? In that he would receive an almost scratch from another which he had barely dodged. However, an infected would have approached the child again, trying to bite him from behind. Curse! I would run towards him and give him a strong kick which would send him flying, but there would be more and more in the area surrounding them. I'm as scared. I would hug the girl who would only reciprocate and wait for her end with the boy. A sound of blood would be heard when she opened her eyes and would see a mysterious person who had a mask and an elegant suit as dark as night and gloves of the same color. Well done, my dear princess. Several infected people would try to attack him, but all of them would have their heads cut off and fly off on barely visible threads. Ha ha ha, my threads are so strong they can tear a body apart without difficulty. They're all in my range and they're all finished. Several heads would fly off and a huge pool of blood would be seen, John Smith's suit would get a little dirty, but a beautiful view of him would be seen in view of the full moon with blood. Who are you? I'm John Smith, the super-secret agent. With his fingers on his forehead, he would extend his hand to the sweet damsel in distress. John Smith? Chapter 9, Remastered. Mysteries Part 3. Do you belong to Shadow Garden? No, I'm just a guy who likes to do his own thing and be free. I don't take orders from anyone but my own. What a great phrase. I've always wanted to use it. Rose remembered that time when Shadow saved her. My swordsmanship will never be on par with them, and yet, when I discovered that the cult acted without the slightest remorse, my spirit broke for a moment, but my hopes for Shadow Garden, and for him, rose. Someday I want to be as good as the one who saved me, and be able to protect my people from threats like this. By the way, I have a question. I looked at her to question her. Huh? What do you want to know? What's going on here? Why does everything seem to be in complete chaos? Rose seemed a little surprised by my question, and looked at the ground thoughtfully. To be honest, I don't know much either. All I heard is that a virus was released, and now all these people are sick. But the only infected person I know of was number 554, besides the guy who attacked us. Did the cult create them en masse? I highly doubt a few could have created so much havoc. I'm not sure if we're at the end of the world, but even if it's like this, I want to spend it with the person who never betrayed me or turned their back on me. If I'm going to die, at least I want to die by their side. They're the one I'm most worried about right now. If you want to protect those you love, then start by protecting those who depend on you. Rose stared at Shadow for what felt like an eternity. Before she could answer, they were interrupted again. They're here. Several guards could be heard in the distance. Just a few seconds later, they stopped in front of Rose and bowed. Miss Rose, we finally found you. You have to come back, I implore you. The city is being evacuated and it's dangerous to stay. Who is he? One of the guards finally noticed my presence. His gaze showed his distrust, and in an instant he drew his sword. Bastard, are you one of those after the princess? No, he's not after me. Besides, I already said I won't come back. My apologies, Your Highness, but these are Iris-sama's orders. Any suspicious person who approaches her will have to be exterminated for security reasons. I hope you'll understand, but we'll have to take her one way or another. If you leave us no choice, we'll use force. TCH. Rose looked at the captain of the guards with disdain, but I couldn't waste this opportunity. You heard the princess. I'd reconsider your decision if you don't want to lose your mind. John? What did you say, bastard? He who will lose his mind. The captain gave the signal and a group rushed towards me. It will be you. Before they could get any closer, they were all immobilized. Countless threads held their bodies, but it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. What the heck? My body isn't responding. It's my thread technique. The range is limited, but I'm capable of tearing anyone under my control to pieces in an instant. Curse! The captain tried desperately to free himself, but the threads cut him with every movement. Even though his armor covered the vital points of his body, the exposed areas began to bleed. I would advise you not to move unless you want to bleed to death. It's time for the main character's 12th technique. If you move, you die. Haha, I've been waiting to use this cliché for a long time. Who the hell are you? Rose, seeing the soldiers motionless and with cuts on their faces, looked at me with concern. John, that's enough, don't hurt them. Whatever you say. I pulled the strings and the soldiers fell headfirst, hitting the back of their heads and knocking them unconscious. Rose worried for a moment, but she knew everyone was okay. The end of the world is approaching, and the beautiful night is losing its brilliance. It is our duty to keep that flame burning, I said, looking at the moon in the sky, while Rose looked at me confused. A lit flame? What does he mean by that? You must return to Midgar Academy. Night will soon fall, and not even you will be able to survive the coming chaos. No! I want to help the survivors. It's okay to want to help them, if that's your sincere desire. Is that your will, or are you acting out of a past that's troubling you? Do you know my past too? Holding on to the past will only turn it into a residue that will linger like a bad memory. Focus on the future, on the tomorrow you can still change. Rose wanted to answer, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. You're worried about that boy, but have you considered whether he cares about you? Do you really think he'd like to see you risk your life without thinking about the consequences? His gaze fell in remorse. I walked over and reached out my hand. Next time, Rose, gather those fears and shatter them under the glow of the crimson moon. Shadow disappeared in an instant, leaving Rose a little thoughtful under the moon. She couldn't stop thinking about his words. It's weird, I feel like that man gives off a familiar aura. There's something in his voice. Uriah. We don't need Diabolos, we found something much better than that. An army of the dead. The man laughed out loud with obvious malice. A man in a scientist's lab coat looked at him uncomfortably. Soon we'll be in control, and nothing will stop us. The cult and the shadows will be slaughtered. I don't intend to leave a single one alive. Don't rush things. I'm still a little unsure about this shadow guy. We don't know the full extent of his power. You worry too much. Miss Sherry has been working on a special project for years. According to her, it will be enough to bring him down. The scientist was still worried. And what does that project consist of? I'd like to know more too, but she preferred not to talk about it further. The scientist sighed and resigned himself. What does it matter, as long as it guarantees victory? In another bedroom, Sherry was lost in herself again. I'll never forget that you killed my father's shadow. Her pink hair stood on end just thinking about his name. The era of your glory is coming to an end. You're going to pay. You're not content with taking one family from me, but you're also destroying the second. Hatred filled her expression, but a single tear escaped. Chapter 10, Remastered. POV Cid. 2 weeks have passed since the zombies invaded the kingdom of Oriana. In that time, most of the citizens of Oriana and other towns have fled or succumbed to the epidemic. An alert was issued that no neighboring city could allow anyone from outside to enter the area for safety reasons, even those in danger. Mitsugoshi Hospital has had several failed attempts. Apparently, finding a cure was too complicated. Midgar School was now a heavily guarded fortress where people took refuge. However, food soon became scarce. It's been 2 weeks since the incident. It seems the plot is going well. I reflected while looking at the moon. Shadow-sama? Is that you, Beta? Why, yes, I've come to report some good news. Apparently, Ada has discovered the symptoms and how the virus operates. Oh, tell me more. The virus presents basic symptoms, such as fever and flu, but after a while, they begin to show signs of aggression that periodically increase. The subject begins to vomit blood, and eventually, the virus infiltrates the bloodstream to the heart and stops it, killing the person. From there, the virus spreads to the brain and takes control of motor functions. Wow, that's a bit different than what I'm used to. Sounds a bit like the way I manipulate my circulation with magic when they pass through my heart. The transformation time is unknown. It can vary depending on the extent and depth of the wound. Those who suffer a deep wound transform almost instantly. Others may last days or even a week. I see. We discovered that the virus feeds on the affected person's magic. Apparently, it can evolve over time. During our research, as time passed, the virus became so resilient that even the numbers were unable to counteract it. A virus that evolves so quickly? This could get a little problematic. I think this is going a bit far. Have they figured out who's responsible? We've sent several numbers to inspect the outbreak area, but they haven't found any suspects. Our only lead is the factory where we believe the virus experiments were conducted, but the place is empty, and most of the documents have been destroyed. Wow, I must admit the villain's tricks aren't bad at all. Alright, keep me posted. Yes, Shadow-sama. I left and returned to the academy. I found my bedroom window open and went in. It was already nighttime, so I took off my slime suit and lay down on my bed. My background character instincts tell me something's coming, but nothing. I closed my eyes and relaxed. It was finally time to sleep, or so it should have been, but someone knocked on my door several times. At this time, I stood up to open the door, and on the other side was Nishino-san. Wait a minute. Is Nishino-san here? Did she die? No. Her body is exactly the same as the one I remember from my old past life, but then what is she doing here? Who are you? Good evening. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've been wanting to discuss something with you for a long time. Do you have a little time? I have time, but this isn't how I wanted to spend it. It doesn't matter. It's a background character's role to keep quiet and listen to others. But it's interesting how she's here. Does that mean there are more reincarnated people? Sure, go ahead. I opened the door and turned on the light. I pulled out a chair from my desk for Nishino-san while I sat down on the bed. Boasty slightly. It's more something I wanted to confirm. I stared at her. You Minoru? Huh? The room was silent for what seemed like an eternity. How did he find out? We weren't even close in my previous life. Anyway, I can still play dumb. I can't let anyone find out who I am, much less Nishino-san. And Minoru? I have no idea who he is, ha ha ha. I'm just Cid. You're bad at lying. I lowered my head and sighed. At the end of the day, she comes from the same world as me, but still her ability to remember a background character is incredible. Not for nothing is she an interesting NPC. You're right, Nishino-san. Are you that shadow? Huh? No. Stop lying. That's not going to work on me. This goes beyond remembering a simple background character. I sighed again and looked at her, my gaze fixed on hers. How did you find out? The way you fought, that attitude, and even your voice. Everything was the same as when you saved me that night and the night before. That can't possibly be enough. In this world, I hide my identity behind my suit, and I can even distort my voice with magic. I just wanted to say thank you so much for saving me that night, and for today too. When I found out you were dead, I thought I'd never see you again, and in the years leading up to this place, I never stopped thinking about you. I certainly never thought I'd see you in another world again, but when I saw that same bipolar attitude in Cid Kagenou, I knew it could only be you. I lived with the torment of never being able to apologize for how I treated you years ago, or ever being able to thank you for what you did. Thank you, Minoru. Nishino-san closed her eyes and lowered her head. She could see tears falling to the ground. It's okay, Nishino-san. Besides, I'm Cid Kagenou. I'm not Minoru anymore. Are really? That fast? Well, I guess it's been a lot longer for you than it has for me. You didn't have to apologize. I was just acting in accordance with a shadowy eminence. Before I could say anything else, Nishino-san came closer and I felt a kiss on my cheek. As bipolar as ever. A few seconds later, he turned around and left the room. Before closing the door, he looked at me with a smile. I'm so glad I met you, stylish ruffian slayer. She closed the door and left. I felt my cheek with my hand for a while. Stylish ruffian slayer, it's been so long since I heard that name, it's a bit nostalgic. Wait a minute. I forgot to ask how the hell Nishino knows my location. From a distance, Beta had seen what had happened. He had forgotten to report anything to his master, but he had simply watched when he saw Nishino-san enter. That's... I turned off the light and went to sleep. The next morning, I walked into the dining room as usual, and was served the same boring old dish. Apparently, the food shortage was getting worse and the dishes were getting worse, but I couldn't complain. After all, it was the only thing I had. I sat down at a table, but before I could eat, I felt someone tapping me on the shoulder. I turned around. It was my sister. And Nei-san? Cid. I closed my eyes and resigned myself, expecting a good beating. But instead, I only felt him wrap his arms around me. He hugged me like he didn't want to let me go. You had me worried. Where were you? Sorry, Nei-san, I was quite constipated yesterday. I think I got sick to my stomach. She held me tighter in her arms, not to suffocate me as I expected, but like a concerned sister. Tonto. Alexia noticed the sibling pair and felt a touch of jealousy. Claire was her sister, so a hug was normal, but even then it seemed like she was getting too close. She was even shoving her breasts in Cid's face. A normal sister wouldn't do that, especially to her 17-year-old brother. Hey, don't you think that's enough? Can't you see he can't breathe? Oh. Sorry, Cid. He turned away from me with a guilty expression. I looked at them, yawning. What's going on, Nay-san? Nothing, don't worry. I just wanted to know if you were okay. Don't worry me like that again. It's okay. Alexia looked at them with bewilderment. He's 17 and he lets his sister control him like that. Claire, we have to go. Quickly. Oh, right. See you, Cid. Quidence, Nay-san, Alexia-san. When the two left, I went back to my food. I'd better finish quickly, before those two idiots come to bother me. I sighed bored, and started eating something faster than usual. Chapter 11, Remastered. I attacked. Suddenly, the school began to shake. Everyone was alarmed. The guards themselves seemed shocked, but they tried to maintain order. What the hell is going on? Is it an earthquake? Ay! Panic spread everywhere. I ran to see what was happening through the window, but all the exits and windows were blocked by the emergency system. A metal protected them, a kind of alloy harder than steel that also resists high-level magical attacks. Luckily, the tremor opened a small hole in the wall. It wasn't big enough to squeeze through, but we could see what was happening outside, and everyone crowded around to see. On the other side of the hole was a huge beast over 50 meters long. So it's already started. Judging by the way it moved, the beast was zombified. With each step it destroyed a large part of the city. I'd like to do it at night, but I doubt I'll want to wait. It's only now that the Eminence in the shadows makes his appearance. I headed toward the hallway. I was lucky no one was there. Even the guards were distracted by the commotion. I manifested my slime sword and charged it with incredibly dense magic to cut through metal. If water doesn't put out the fire, just throw a sea at it. I put on my suit and climbed out the window with my sword in hand. The monster slaughtered everything in its path. At this rate, the entire city will be destroyed. Meanwhile, Alexia and Claire were trying to compose themselves. What the heck is going on? What are these tremors? The school will fall apart if this continues. Oh no, Cid, we have to find him, Alexia. First we have to figure out what's going on. He's fine. We saw him recently in the cafeteria. But for once, stop babying him. He can take care of himself, he's probably already gone to the shelter. Even so, Alexia sighed. Okay, I'm sorry I yelled at you. It's normal to be worried about your brother, but panicking won't fix anything. You're right, Cid is smart. I'm sure he'll be fine. Aurora smiled slightly as she listened to the two arguing. If she were alive, she would have already lectured Claire for being overprotective of her brother. She was glad Alexia could do it instead. Elsewhere, there was a smile hidden between several buildings. Its hidden expression showed only a smile. It turned around and disappeared back into the darkness. So there are zombies around here too, huh? I barely come back to this world and everything is chaos. You're still so annoying, Shadow. I climbed out the window and headed toward the top of a ruined building. It's when all seems lost that the Eminence in the shadows enters the scene. Shit, it's the perfect cliché. Arriving at the scene, I felt Zeta's presence. He's fulfilling his duty to protect my sister. Everyone will perish before the monster who will bring chaos to the entire world. A high-ranking member of the organization shouted happily. He was probably behind this. He was standing with some kind of strange scientist and a mysterious girl. He couldn't get a good look at the girl because her body was covered with a dark hood. At the Midgar Academy, Alexia and Claire ran through the hallways. We're almost at the security room. I'm sure if we get there we can unlock the windows and get out. Try not to be seen, or else they'll corner us. For now we have the advantage of the alarms being on and the guards being distracted. Understood. Wow, this is Aurora? What's going on? It's strange, but I felt a very powerful presence that doesn't belong to this world. If you're talking about the outside thing, I'm not surprised. I'm not talking about that thing. Huh? Explain it to me. I don't understand anything when you speak half-heartedly. Hey, are you talking to your imaginary friend again? Alexia looked at Claire with a puzzled expression. Even though she believed her, it was still somewhat awkward watching Claire talk to the wind. Yes, I'm talking to Aurora. Ah, of course. I'll ignore that and pretend nothing's happening. For her part, Zeta continued to keep an eye on the two. She was taking out the guards chasing them. They hadn't noticed, but there were hidden cameras, and the school guards knew what they were doing. However, Zeta covered them so they would arrive safely. After all, if anything were to happen to Claire, Shadow would never forgive himself. Wait, please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Had I been ignorant, I would have let you live, but that's no longer possible. Zeta's claw pierced the guard's heart. It was instant death. Should I go help Shadow? No, focus, Zeta. He gave you the mission to protect Claire, and I'm sure he'll be able to take on everyone. Meanwhile, another individual found himself trapped. Where the hell did I go? Shadow! You sent me to another dimension, and all because of your own selfishness. You damaged reality. Mordred clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her skin so hard that blood spurted out. Not even my teleportation power is enough against him. No, not even a black hole. Wait a second. Mordred looked at the creature, but beside it were three people, two of whom he didn't recognize. The hooded woman, however, was a different story. He could recognize that magic anywhere. He was sure it was the same person. That girl, I know her. She was in my world, one of the top brass of the Diabolos cult, barely 23 years old Sherry Barnett. What's she doing here? She looks younger, so my theory is correct. This is another reality. Am I in the past? A memory came back to Mordred as he smiled. Sherry's words that now made sense. If there's anything that can stop him, it's his own power. If my plan fails, Mordred, please. Now I understand what you're saying, Miss Sherry. You weren't talking about some power he used or that stupid virus thing. You mentioned something different, so I finally discovered your weak spot, huh? Chapter 12, Remastered. I kept heading towards where that huge beast was with my slime sword formed. It's time for the protagonist's epic entrance, Ju. I would give a huge magic cut to the chest of the creature which had still been trying to attack me. However, it was very slow, and it was a simple child's game. Is this the cult's strongest project? I guess this is where I bring that up and say it's pathetic until something comes along. However, he would begin to notice that the creature was beginning to heal its wounds somewhat quickly. Ha, that won't work. Magic only makes it stronger. No matter how much you attack it, you will only make it stronger. One of you behind the creature started laughing madly. So you absorb magic, huh? At the Midgar Academy. Alexia allegedly cut the electricity, damaging part of the security system in the office where they were opening the windows and turning off the security cameras. We did it! When the windows opened, the two would be shocked to see how all of Oriana was in chaos, smoke in the surroundings and broken buildings, and the most surprising thing is that there was a huge beast several meters high causing chaos, and a figure that was barely visible on the moon, a hooded man. Isn't that it? Shadow? What the hell is that thing? They were hiding this from us. Zeta would also be able to look at the windows, and upon seeing what had happened, he would come a little closer to see in more detail. Even though his mission was to watch over Wings too, when he saw Shadow fight he always liked how he did it. It showed his imposing nature. Shadow-sama, you can defeat him, tear him to pieces. Akane would leave Beta's room. Since she had seen the news about the new virus, she was insistent on wanting to help. However, Beta kept her in the room, but Beta would be busier, which would allow Akane to devise a way to escape without realizing it. A metallic sound would be heard. I'm lucky that the doors here don't have as much security as in my world. It's not that difficult to open them. Elsewhere, the 7 shadows were watching what had happened from another place, gathered together, except for this one, who was still in the hospital. Why can't we intervene? Our priority is another. Besides, Shadow-sama's dam is isolated, he will take care of everything. Shadow would start to tackle the monster several times, which simply continued healing until one of those times he would manage to hit Shadow, who was distracted. I told you so. As Shadow-sama, a beta would say along with more worried shadows. Victory is ours, this worked. At that, Cid would begin to get up again with some difficulty. I guess the gold I stole is limiting my speed. I would sigh. Whenever I get money. This always has to happen. I guess combat is the most important thing, even though the plot is limiting it for me. Shadow's sword would begin to shine and his left eye would glow an intense red color. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? What's he doing? He can handle this. He wasn't supposed to be attacked like that. Alpha would be thoughtful, although she hadn't realized that Shadow had gold with the stolen one, and that's why he had a limitation. Shadow would stand in front of the monster and look at it while charging his magic sword. You're saying this monster needs magic, right? So it absorbs more power. Shadow would start to throw himself and make several cuts, each cut using more magic than the last. Didn't you hear? He absorbs magic, you're just making him stronger. The monster was bleeding from the mouth little by little. What? If he absorbs the magic, then I'll give him all my magic. The question is, will he endure it? Ha ha ha. Damn. Hey, back off, don't let him keep stopping you. The monster would move away a little, however a strong attraction would begin to pull it towards the... This is when the protagonist shows his new technique. Atomic attraction. The monster was slowly being unable to escape from the strong pressure. At that moment, Shadow would launch himself towards the monster's brain, managing to pierce it along with hundreds of cuts, disintegrating its head and letting its heart out. Instant atomic. Shadow would come out of the body completely covered in blood, looking at the last 2 with a quite terrifying look that would freeze their blood. The 7 shadows seeing the scene could not help but get excited. Shadow looked great, but he looked more fantastic when he was covered in the opponent's blood. I think I exaggerated with the attack, now I'm dirty. I would sigh. I am possible, Miss Sherry, I think this monster was the masterpiece, what the hell. I knew something was wrong. Alexia and Claire would both look surprised. The monster looked very powerful and they would think that it was the cause of everything, and that Shadow finished it off so easily gave another clue of its enormous power. Alexia would clench her fists upon seeing that power. She was jealous. She knew she would never reach the heels of the power that Shadow demonstrated, even though she still had a small hope. She had completely lost it upon seeing how Shadow finished off that monster. Hey, here he is again. Well, since everything is fixed, Alexia, we should go back, right? And, crouching his gaze a little in fury, he headed to a different place. Hey, but where are you going? That's not it. Just leave me alone. But... do it! What a character, why did he get like that? Aurora, what do you think? The purple-haired girl wouldn't pay attention to him, and would simply stare at the window where Shadow was. Aurora? What do you want? I'm talking to you, listen to me. The girl would just ignore her, bothering Claire, who kept complaining. The next day. Alpha-sama. A distressed Beta would say to Alpha with some tiredness since she had run to talk to him. What's up, Beta? It's not here. Who? The girl, the one I brought from the other world, isn't here. I told you to take good care of her, she comes from a technological world. It was obvious that she was going to escape. I've been so busy that I haven't been able to keep an eye on her, I'm sorry. Okay, it won't go far, just find it and that's it. SSI. How is the ETA medication going? About that, she is no longer making a medicine, it is a kind of sharp point that is injected, according to her comments. Flour? Why yes, Shadow-sama calls it a syringe. He says it contains medicine inside and for it to work it's best to inject it directly into the blood. I see. And about the medicine, everything is going great. ETA is already discovering more and more of the virus's weak points. Although she says it will take a few weeks to finish. I see, thanks for the information. Narration. The virus was becoming a little more controlled. The infected quite a few people, but the amount was decreasing. Most of the people were in the Midgar Academy, and with the seals in the other kingdoms it was impossible for them to cross. The alert was given by the Mitsugoshi Hospital that the only way to kill them was to hit their heads, which made it easier to finish them off. However, they were still in quarantine, and until Mitsugoshi got an antidote, everyone was in their homes taking care of themselves. The academy had quite good security with several knights on duty guarding the entrances and exits of said place. Loss. A sound of footsteps would be heard as the image of Akane was seen a little more, walking in the middle of what was already Oriana destroyed by Dia. What happened here? Akane continued walking until she came across 3 people who had their backs turned. Excuse me. I'm lost, I wanted to know where everyone is. The girl wouldn't get a response when speaking to them, thinking that they didn't hear. However, the 3 people would turn around and 3 infected people would be seen looking at her. Oh no. When she saw them not having her sword, she would run away from the place with the 3 of them starting to chase her. Help! Akane continued running desperately until she managed to see some silhouettes. They were several knights and a red-haired girl. Gentlemen. And the knights would begin to decapitate several zombies. Are you okay? Iris would approach Akane looking at her. Why yes, thank you. Smiling a little falsely. What are you doing around here? It's too dangerous to come around here, especially without a weapon or a companion. Aye. Remembering that she had escaped from the garden, however she couldn't say that since they wouldn't believe her. I woke up and had no idea where I was. Did you wake up? Where? I had run away from home. I was angry with my parents, but I can't remember anything else from there. Okay, go with the gentleman behind me, okay? They'll guide you to the shelter. SSI. Chapter 13, Remastered. The knights were guiding Akane, the black-haired girl with those crimson eyes, to the Midgar refuge that was now the central school. We're here, miss. Here it is. She would be surprised for a few moments to see the shelter. It reminded her of the school where she studied, and when they took shelter from the creatures, the scenery was practically the same, and Cid/Minoru was in both worlds. That boy with crimson eyes was always watching her. To this school. Are you okay, miss? One of the gentlemen who accompanied him asked when he saw that he had remained without saying a word. His curiosity satisfied his being. I'm fine, it's nothing. Thank you so much for letting me stay here. The girl had entered school. The class assigned to her would have been 2B, the same class Cid had at the time as a new student. Although at this point, being a student and a refugee didn't matter. Everyone listen, I have something to tell you. Everyone would have remained silent to listen to the news from their class teacher sitting in their respective seats. We have a new colleague. I hope you treat her with great respect and that she can get along with everyone. She would start going out, leaving several people surprised, especially my friends Hiro and Jaga, who as usual would start fantasizing about any beautiful girl who came in. Go ahead, don't be shy, introduce yourself. My name is Akane Nishino. I'm from abroad and I recently moved here to study. I hope I can get along with everyone. The whole class would rejoice upon hearing those words. She was a very beautiful and very socialist girl. It wouldn't take long for her to steal everyone's attention like in the previous school where she studied in her old life in her old world. That girl looks a little familiar to me. Maybe I'm giving her too much attention. It's nothing new to have new students lately due to the chaos that there is currently in the city. I'm almost there. This would not have been possible if it weren't for him. The cracks are breaking soon, universal chaos will begin, the world will burn in flames. The new student finished introducing herself, and when she did, she stared at me. I didn't understand her reasons, but I tried to look away, a little uncomfortable. I barely did, and when she started walking, I noticed she sat down near my spot. What could be the reason for this? Classes had continued normally until now. Everything seemed to be going well, nothing out of the ordinary. When the boring classes ended, it was obvious that lunchtime had arrived. I got ready to leave the classroom and head to the dining room. When I was about to get up, the new student greeted me. Hello. I tried to hide to go to my lunch hour, but thanks to the two idiots I couldn't do it, and I had no choice but to listen to their conversation. Excuse me. May I speak with you? If it's not too much trouble, at least in the bedroom. It's a somewhat urgent matter. He's talking to me, and the first thing he asks is if he can talk to me in my bedroom alone. Is he trying to flirt with me? Yeah. Thank you. She left as soon as I mentioned those words, so I also proceeded to leave the place, but I felt both shoulders being taken. Hey, Cid. What did you talk about with that beauty, huh? You're not thinking that a shorty like you has a chance, are you? No. That's better. Because I'll be the only one who can win her over. No, that won't be me. Girls don't notice bald guys. Not even in skinny ones. Did you say something? I'm wondering the same. I separated from both of them and continued my walk secretly, and finally leaving the classroom. Dusk began to fall gently into the setting of dawn. I was walking through the halls. There wasn't much to say. I got lost. I felt a familiar magical presence near me until I felt something roughly pull me towards the janitor's room on my left arm. When I entered, I touched my head a little to pretend in case it was necessary. When I visualized better, I noticed a girl with beautiful yellowish-white fur and a long tail of the same color. She was wearing a dark, somewhat revealing outfit. Zeta? I'm so sorry for interrupting you like this, teacher. No problem. How's your report with the girls going? Nothing new about it. Zeta started to cling to my arm a little. I tried to move away a little, but there was too little space for that. Master, I have a big surprise for you tonight. Will you come? I have no idea. Tonight I have an important matter to investigate and accomplish. Zeta lowered his ears a little and at the same time his gaze. Seeing that I sighed a little, she wasn't going to stop until I pampered her. I'll see if I can make time. I'm not promising anything. I thought she was doing a lot of work lately, since she's been watching over the girls since the beginning of the pandemic Midar is going through. I could maybe grant her a whim like Epsilon if I feel like it. Yeah. Zeta moved his tail and ears at the same time, and I just stroked his head a little. Okay, Zeta, one question. Do you remember where the 2B classroom was? I think I was on the opposite side of where you were a teacher. I figured the map I read was wrong. Why did they make so many updates to the school? Anyone gets lost these days. Well, Zeta, I must retire to continue with my duties as an eminence in the shadows. As you command, Master. I would open the door, and when I left I would start walking in the opposite direction, since without realizing it I had moved away from the living room. Are you lost? I shouldn't ask that after all, you're always the same, no Pachi? A familiar voice spoke to me. It was Alexia, who stared at me with that same mocking smile as always. She liked to play with the dog. It's not like that. I was just taking a walk. Anyway, I just want to tell you to keep a closer eye on your sister. Hey! She's been acting weird lately, talking to herself a lot, and saying she knows someone called Aurora and that she's on her mind. Aurora? Who is she? I've heard of her somewhere, but it's still difficult, you know? Now that I think about it, Nay-san, since the battle with that mysterious NPC queen, started wearing a bandage on her left wrist that she never takes off. Maybe it's more of a clue than a simple chonibu? Hey! Are you listening to me? Yes. Sigh. Just try talking to her, okay? Okay. Thanks, Alexia-san. I would start to retreat in the opposite direction. Hey! I turned around for a few moments and looked at Alexia with her hands together and her gaze slightly lowered. I wanted to know if you were free tonight. I can't, I already broke it up with someone else. Oh, I see, isn't Akane the new girl? Yeah. I started walking and turned behind me. I heard a strange knocking as soon as I left the main hallway. Do I think someone tripped? But without giving it too much importance, I continued on my way. Chapter 14, Remastered. New Threats. I was in my room. It was almost nighttime, around 6:15 p.m. While I lay in my room, I began to think a little more clearly about the things around me. Will Aurora still be alive? Nah, it's just my imagination. The infected are being defeated very quickly. It's not the plot I was expecting. I think I got a little excited that everything would be a bit more exciting. Normally zombie plots hide interesting subplots. So far, not many interesting things have happened other than my moments of brilliance as a detective. Maybe I should change a victim or detective to make it more interesting? Apparently, the plan is working. The dimension is fracturing if this continues. It won't take long to achieve the intended goal. A confident smile appeared from the shadows. If I can't take over this world, then I'll go to another dimension to take over the other world. The Diabolos cult? My goals are beyond everything. By this time, 3 months would have passed since the zombie virus incident. Ada had a better idea of the virus, and the vaccine was getting closer. The Migar Academy was now a refuge that supported survivors who were infected. The classes had been temporarily postponed. This certainly brought back memories when I traveled to Japan and the school was a refuge. Zeta continued her work watching over my sister. Gunma and Alpha were still in charge of Mitsugoshi's finances and verifying how to fix the problem as soon as possible, as well as make a little financial profit in business. Epsilon continued his career, as did Beta in other places outside of Oriana here in Migar as a novelist and pianist. However, they were always formal and punctual when Alpha called them. The problem in Oriana has expanded so much that even the Seven Shadows have taken some measures. After all, Oriana is an area that benefits them. If they let it fall further due to one infection, apart from the risk of spreading to other nations, it would ruin many plans they had all contemplated. Door sounds. There were light knocks at my door. When I approached to open it and check who it was, I discovered it was Alexia-san. Oh no, here we go again. Hello? Hola Pachi. What can I do for you? I'm almost leaving. The white-haired girl flipped a coin. Did she think I'd buy from her again? Well, she couldn't be more wrong. Do you really think I'll be seduced by money in exchange for helping you with something? Take the coin and check the sides. It was a decent value gold coin, and it's very useful to me. You are correct. Good job, Pachi. She tossed me another coin, this time a little farther. I wasn't going to let my money get away, so I jumped with precision to catch it. Waff. What's going on? Well. I need to talk to you about something. Why? Why did Sherry's promise to finally put an end to those idiots at Shadow Garden fail? Damn, this is what I get for believing a traumatized 17-year-old girl. That person hit the wall so hard that it cracked without much trouble due to the amount of force used. Emmy, Dad, I'm sorry I failed you. I can't avenge you. A girl with short hair, wearing a school uniform and eyes of the same color, staring devastated at the table, trying to process everything that had happened. Deep down, she regretted every second of her life wasted without achieving her greatest goal. Why am I so weak I couldn't save Mom? Or my dad either when I want to achieve something, I can't reach my goal. Why am I like this? The wind blew a little and a tall silhouette appeared with a small book in tow. His entire outfit was also equipped with objects of strange value. 2 small pigtails emerged from the end of his hair while he wore a large robe and clothes. Poor, unhappy soul who yearns for his goal but cannot achieve it. Huh. But you don't have to suffer any longer for not achieving your desired goal. Now everything can change if you allow me to offer you a little support. If you are so willing to end it, I will grant you the honor your heart so desires. Who are you? I'm just an old man who got very lucky. The one from a faction who thought I'd help him solve everything but was disillusioned. Mordred 9, seat of the Diabolos cult. You, how do you know? I had the misfortune of living through the same thing you did. I witnessed his terrifying presence, and nearly escaped that terrifying place. Shadow is undoubtedly an existence that must be eradicated. The Diabolos cult seeks to eliminate him forever in order to create a better world. And you're the one chosen to help us on this mission. Sherry Barnett, former Midgar Academy student. That girl's eyes began to shine slowly, but instead of a glimmer of light, they darkened, as if that glimmer was more of a fueled obsession than of hope, finding a way to feed itself even more in that emptiness of her existence. That girl slowly extended her hands toward the shadow known as Mordred, and they shook hands. In human terms, this is a common goal: the eradication of Shadow Garden. Chapter 15, Remastered. POV Cid. Nothing new has happened since the zombie incident. It's a situation where the background character just lives in the normal shelter with nothing exciting other than surviving. There wasn't much action, the infected weren't very strong as I expected them to be. The whole situation was becoming very simple and easy. I was bored every day waiting for something to finally break out. The final boss, some new organization that was behind this, or some otherworldly cliché, but the more the days passed it was the same. I'm starting to think if the virus, instead of being the plot I wanted, ended up being just a boring cliché. But maybe this can improve a little more. It's almost time, Zeta is almost here. I asked what he's planning. Is it new news? Why did he call me anyway? I sighed as I started to get up from my bed, put on my casual clothes and open my door, starting to walk down the hallway without a purpose. Where did I have to go? I continued walking until I saw a light in a room. I headed to the area. When I opened the door, I would notice a delicious smell. It smelled like fried fish. It was on a bonfire. I also noticed some roses around. All this seemed planned and somewhat strange, as if someone had done all this. Before I knew it, I felt a hug from behind. When I tilted my head slightly to turn to look at that figure, a feline figure appeared. It was Zeta. Master, you came! Don't mark me! I moved away from Zeta's embrace and detached myself, resuming my position back. I made this for you, Master. Eat with complete confidence. Thank you, I will. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of fried fish, but it's not a food I wouldn't enjoy eating. I suppose I can eat it. Besides, it smells delicious, so it doesn't hurt if Zeta made the effort. I took the fish she had given me. While I was eating the Zeta fish, he'd gone to the other side of the room. I didn't understand why he did that. But it's better not to pay attention anyway. It's best to eat before it gets cold, so enjoy your meal. The feline with yellow fur and a long tail. She was in the bathroom looking at herself in the mirror, her cheeks slightly red and her large ears slightly droopy. I can do it. If I don't, they'll intervene again. Zeta left the bathroom and with some embarrassment headed towards where his teacher was. And master me. What's happening? Me too. Suddenly I would feel that the door would be opened with tremendous force and a great deal of noise. Food! Where? Delta, seeing me with the fish, would sit next to me. Bibasu. I sighed and let Delta eat the fish. After all, if she was hungry, maybe it would be a good opportunity to pamper her a little like my former pet. You again. Delta started eating the fish happily and leaned her head on my shoulder. Not only did you take my teacher's food, which I worked so hard to get, but you still dared to do it again, and even more so in a private moment. Zeta would throw some magic at Delta and I, but the magic was directed at Delta. Delta had dodged the attack, however. Her fish would have dropped it, and upon coming into contact with the magic, it would have completely disintegrated, leaving no trace of existence. Here we go again. You! How dare you spoil my food, especially the one Bossa gave me? Your food? That food is mine and I was the one who gave it to Shadow-sama, you damn brainless wolf. You asked for it, cheap stray cat. Delta and Zeta would have launched an attack on each other, and a destructive battle would have been unleashed to the point that the room where we were was destroyed by the simple collision of their shock waves. I'm sick of you always having to ruin everything. Especially now. Zeta allegedly landed a punch on Delta's abdomen, but she managed to avoid it. The force generated caused her to crash into the window, immediately breaking it. Delta would fall to the ground but would quickly get back up without any problems and would look at Zeta with an annoyed tone. If I could judge who was more upset about this occasion, Zeta was more upset. Despite the fact that Delta is usually a very aggressive person with her rivals, she takes it easy with holds that won't be easy. I see. It's very interesting. This girl's rematch could be interesting. Tisk! The alarms, as usual, didn't take long to start, filling the entire school with them. I think I should have turned them off or prevented them from going off in time. Even if I turn them off, it'll be too late. Everyone will have woken up, but what I can do now is create a small field so that both of them don't destroy the school I'm in and attract attention. I wouldn't want to miss this battle. I'd better leave for now. I closed the bedroom door and went out the window to look at the girls. Their battles were too destructive, but at the same time, if they fought again and left the same uncertainty as before, it could serve as a new mystery plot. Well, who cares? I'm kind of making up for it now. The knights had left several heading towards where the whole scene had occurred without hesitation. They were a little fast. I admire that they are not slow like the police in my old world. What's going on? Several of my colleagues were also getting up because of the scandal that was happening, although several gentlemen would have returned them to their rooms out of obligation and safety, as was their job's duty. Everyone relax. There was just a small problem. We'll fix it right away. You can continue sleeping safely. All the teachers and classmates had returned to their rooms while being guided by the same gentleman. Others stayed behind to stand guard to further investigate the incident. Another strange case at school. Nothing new. What's going on? Alexia-sama. What are you doing awake? A gentleman would have noticed seeing her leave her room in her pajamas. Alexia just continued looking around the place in surprise. I want to know what's going on. Honestly, we don't know. The alarms went off, and as soon as they did, I felt compelled to head toward where they were activated. You need to go back to your room anyway, it's too dangerous. Tisk. Chapter 16, Remastered. I began to watch the battle that had begun from the roof. An unusual but interesting battle. Zeta and Delta had once again faced each other. I had previously watched them fight, but neither of them emerged victorious. Zeta ran away out of boredom, and Delta left. Perhaps my doubt can be resolved if I watch them face each other now. Delta launched herself at Zeta, trying to hit her, however. Zeta dodged the blow, and while trying to counter the attack, Delta saw it, and they collided their claws forcefully. Gah! Zeta would begin to be overwhelmed by the clash due to Delta's enormous strength, as she brought her claw closer and closer to her body. Naturally, Delta was stronger than Zeta physically, even though they were from different races. Both specialized in fighting, but Delta's was clearly stronger in this area due to constant hunting. There's no way I'm going to let this wolf defeat me. Zeta would have moved away from the place, but Delta followed her. However, before she could attack, Zeta had disappeared from sight again. Delta would be confused since she thought he escaped again. Getting angry, she let out a scream from afar. Coward! I'm right here. Zeta would be behind Delta, who had not noticed her presence, and would receive a powerful magical blow to the abdomen, sending her flying away from the Midgar Academy with the force of the impact generated. What's going on? We don't know, sir. The window was destroyed and a large amount of magic has been detected. Could it be someone infected? I don't think so, it's too much magic to be infected. It will be some mutation in that case. Anyway, stay alert and watch for anything else that happens, and turn off the alarms. They're causing a huge panic. Understood. Alexia would have also woken up from the commotion caused, and when looking she would be able to see two silhouettes in the shadows. However, they would not be noticed, and they would be very distinct because it was nighttime on a full moon. Isn't that it? Remembering when Delta attacked Nelson at the Aurora Sanctuary along with the other mysterious shadows who wore dark cloaks. Wow, it seems they've stopped fighting at the Academy. Well, if they kept fighting here, they'd end up destroying everything and ruining my mystery plot like every Eminence in the shadows. Delta would rise from the rubble, more furious, she had increased her magical power again while showing her fangs. You asked for it. Delta would launch herself with all her power towards Zeta, who would dodge her attacks with difficulty. This time she was serious. However, the pressure that Delta exerted on Zeta and her enormous strength were enough to break her defense. Delta managed to land a blow in the stomach, sending Zeta crashing to the ground. GGH. I won't forgive you! Delta would rush towards Zeta again with clear intentions of hunting him down. Delta was no longer holding back and was planning to end the fight as soon as possible. But Zeta would create blue mist again, managing to slip away from Delta's sight using the technique she learned from Alpha, Elisabeth's original technique, a weaker version of the red mist that she used to sneak around and attack by surprise, in addition to not being tangible. However, being a weaker version, it was more complicated to take on someone like Delta, who had greater senses than any shadow. But it was normal. Zeta probably barely learned the technique that Alpha uses. She is a prodigy, she still has a long way to go, but she can learn more. I am certainly surprised that she learned that technique so quickly. Delta would be on the lookout for any surprise attacks coming from either behind or in front of her, from any direction. She used her acute senses of smell and sound to distinguish the strange noises. Where are you looking? Zeta would launch a great attack with her slime weapon, the blade. Delting from behind, however, she would manage to stop her attack by holding her hand, much to Zeta's surprise. The same attack won't work. Delta would graze Zeta's face, scratching her in an unsuccessful attempt to hit her. Tisk. I think the girls are going too far. Take this. Delta would hit Zeta hard in the face. Zeta writhed in pain from the blow, but Delta wouldn't stop and continued hitting Zeta multiple times in other joints to incapacitate her and prevent her from escaping. That's enough, Delta. Huh? Basu? Don't get distracted. Zeta would accumulate a large amount of magic in her arm, hitting Delta in the face and sending her flying away from her, getting rid of Delta. Apparently, Zeta had already planned to gather mana and take advantage of Delta's continued hitting, perhaps hitting her so hard, taking advantage of the fact that her face was so close, to inflict fatal damage. I'm fed up with this shit. Zeta began to accumulate a large amount of energy in his arms, creating a large purple magic ball which continued to grow without stopping. Delta would stand up and spit out some of her blood and wipe it with her arm, seeing what Zeta was doing in the sky. She readied herself again and positioned herself to receive the attack. This isn't all I have. Delta would begin to create a huge iron slab, the same technique she used against Nelson at the Temple of Aurora, which required a great amount of mana and physical effort for Delta. Such a massive size was so enormous that the only one who could carry such a weapon, perhaps apart from Delta, was myself. Delta, Zeta! Victory! She will be mine. Both launched their attack in between before the collision. I appeared in the center, and contained both attacks with my bare hands. Teacher? I pressed both the Zeta energy attacks and the Delta iron slab. Both exploded the moment I used a bit of my strength and forced them to explode. I felt their attacks a little in my hands. They had become stronger than before. What are you doing? Do you want to kill yourselves? She started it. Tisk. Gods, they really are beyond repair. If they destroyed the entire place, they would completely ruin my plans. Besides, Alpha would probably end up scolding me if they both got seriously hurt. It seemed like a more personal battle than one to know their differences. But I have no doubt that despite Delta being more powerful than Zeta, the latter knew how to use her ingenuity and strategy to keep her distance and attack by surprise. It's hard to know if she could win, but Delta wouldn't have come out unscathed, that's very certain. Delta, I'll give you another cheat sheet. Yes. Cheat sheet. Delta would move her tail side to side while looking at me happily. She was anxiously waiting for her reward. But apologize to Zeta first. You, See Zeta. Yeah? Do you forgive me for taking your food? Zeta sighed somewhat annoyed, and with displeasure she responded forcefully why Shadow was in the conversation. She couldn't deny her apologies since that was what her master wanted. Only for him she planned to do it. Alright. Yeah! It seems that everything ended well. Now I see why Alpha always has them under surveillance. They can't be together without them fighting. Although this time, if they hadn't been stopped, they would have destroyed more than the Midgar school. Everything went back to normal, and since my plot was perfectly prepared, the mystery of the magical energy would give the intrigue of a future threat. Juju, this went well, but where's my gold? When I returned to my room and checked it, I didn't find the gold I had earned all this time. My gold! Chapter 17, Remastered. Cid POV. 2 days had passed since the fight between Zeta and Delta that ended up causing quite a bit of damage, leaving the plot of the mystery of the two magical energies as planned. People began to theorize about the possibility of a new threat that was causing disturbances. However, nothing could be confirmed, so the knights had deduced that two mysterious forces were causing this disaster. As always, my role as a background character is the same, and as a true Eminence, it is to reinforce the theory that the virus is not everything. All this turns out as I expect. Isn't the virus the only threat? How is the investigation going? Everything looks better, Alpha-sama. The vaccine is arriving faster and faster on your part. Where are Zeta and Delta? They didn't show up here 2 days ago. I don't know. But there was news that Midgar school was attacked by two mysterious forces that caused a ruckus. Their magical energies matched Zeta and Delta's. We sent some Nemirians to investigate. Maybe they started fighting again, so that's why they're avoiding gatherings. The only one other than me who could have stopped them is Shadow. I'll be sure to scold them for bothering you. It must have been inconvenient for him to do so. I wanted to notify you of another piece of news. What's going on? I looked at Nu with curiosity about his question. Large amounts of magical energy have been detected apart. High amounts of magical energy. Yes, I thought it was the battle between Zeta and Delta, but this energy was different. It came from the same sky, and a strange phenomenon was reported. Many thought it might be something new or unusual, but we noticed it could be something else. Why would magical energy come from the sky? We don't know exactly, and something else. The sky seemed to be cracked as if it were something else. I understand, thank you for your report. If you have any further news, please notify me immediately. I retire from my Alpha-sama. Nu would bow and leave the room, leaving Alpha alone. How is it possible? But if I guard my gold well, could it be the girls? No, impossible. I don't think they're at the academy, except for Zeta and Delta, but they wouldn't steal my gold for any reason. Besides, I noticed by their scent in the room, on the trail where my gold was, and the magical presence. What a gold I found! I knew I could steal from this academy, although I still don't know where I am. A large silhouette with a red hood and suit of the same color would be shown. Okay, whoever took my gold won't get away with it. I'm going to find them and make them give me my gold back. I felt a hug from behind when I tilted my head a little. It was Delta, who was in my room. Her wounds had already healed quickly, as expected. Perhaps Alpha treated her, or Delta healed on her own. I'm still a little surprised. Hunchback. Delta? I would take Delta off me, and I separated from his embrace. His intention was clear. He wanted to mark me. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me every time we meet? I shook my clothes while trying to get rid of Delta's smell, uselessly. So, what are you doing here, Delta? Alpha-sama sent me a message saying he has a message for you, Bossu. Alpha? So it's true? She found out the gold I stole was Mitsugoshi's again. What do I do now? I explained to her and confessed that I took some of her gold because there were no bandits these days and I needed the gold to collect my room like a true Eminence in the shadows. Yes, he asked me to tell you something about there being a lot of magic in the sky and a strange Greek figure. I didn't understand the rest. But he told me to let you know and see if you could give your opinion. A magic amount in the sky? Maybe there's this guy who stole my gold? Or maybe it's a new cliché, a reincarnated person? Surely something typical. Thanks for the Delta report. D Delta wants to be rewarded for her efforts, D Sir. Delta would make a small pout as she approached me with clear intentions of getting her recognition. Good. I'd start petting Delta's head. Upon feeling the caresses, she'd swish her tail side to side in excitement. Did she really want me to pamper her like this all the time? It reminds me of him. I started to remember my old pet from my other life, which I always pampered and caressed. Delta. See. I need you to come with me on a secret mission. Another secret mission. Delta will notify Alpha-sama. Delta would move, but I held her tail before she could move. Wait. Girls can't know about this unless they're alpha. No in the queue. Delta would pout a little, but at the same time would be surprised by her boss's words and why no one could know. This mission is top secret, the girls can't find out. But if I make my chops. Don't worry, I won't be John Smith this time. I just want to discover something mysterious. Oh. Delta, be good at hunting. I need your help to find someone who stole something valuable from me. Are you willing to help me? Yes. Can Delta hunt him down? Yes, but first let me ask him where he hid my gold and then hunt him down on my signal. Don't ruin the plan. See. I'll find the thief faster if I use Delta because of her keen sense of smell, which is even greater than any shadows. I can't let the girls find out about this. If they find out I was the thief, there could be consequences. Images would be shown of the 7 shadows looking with contempt at Cid, who accused him of stealing the gold. Despicable. Pathetic. Shadow-sama is a thief. On the move. I would put on my slime suit with my eyes while I did my presentation. Wait, what if instead of escaping through the window I make a real mystery as an eminence in the shadows? Kill several guards and increase the mystery? Ha, I didn't think of that before. This might help me. Delta, we'll leave through the main door. Yeah? I would start walking towards the hallway and slowly form my slime sword while Delta followed me. Did you hear that rumor? What rumor? They found a large burst of magical energy a few kilometers from Midgar Academy in Midgar City. It is rumored to be the same people who attacked Midgar Academy. Really? I was asleep last night because I wasn't on night duty, and all I found was the damage to the window and several men. I tried to get an explanation as to what was going on, but no one said anything. It seems the higher-ups don't want us to know what the solution is. Gag. A scream was heard and resonated throughout the Midgar Academy. Such a scream was heard by the guards who were guarding the school itself. What was that? I don't know, let's check. The 2 guards would have gone to check the place where the scream resonated, but both were pierced by 2 sharp claws in their chests. Delta loves hunting. Come on, boss, there's more of them around here. How easy it is to find enemies when I'm with Delta. It will help me take down several weak NPC knights without taking too long. Generally, I could take them all on, but I'd be a bit lazy to do so. Thanks to Delta's senses, I also advance while she hunts quickly. If I were with another girl, they would probably be more cautious, and that would be boring. I felt a magical presence nearby. Someone was behind me. However, I already knew about this. It was very easy to figure it out, and before attacking him, Delta would have gone ahead of me and hit him, breaking his bones. Nobody plays Basu. It seems I don't have anything to do. Delta is doing all the work for me. I'd better focus on getting ahead. Princess Iris! A knight would open the door strongly to Iris Midgar, who was remembering some things while clenching her fists. She remembered Shadow's beating of her, and the training she was doing now that she wanted to swear. Revenge on that Shadow that broke her pride. What's happening? We are being attacked by 2 enemies. Then take care of it, don't bother me. Suspected to be Shadow Garden. They wear black suits. Black suits. Iris angrily stood up from her chair and grabbed her sword tightly as she approached the door. Warn others and don't set off the alarms, or the students will wake up and there will be a commotion. See? I think we've finished off several. This should leave a big mystery, and should be enough for my main plot. Delta has had enough, let's go. But Delta wants to hunt more. Delta has had enough, you'll ruin my plan. Pipero Basu. Okay, that's enough. I would approach Delta and pet her head to reassure her. I knew that when Delta was excited about the hunt, the only way to calm her down, other than giving her direct orders and scolding, wasn't always necessary. It was just calming her down a little. Don't forget that the main objective isn't this, it's to discover who stole that is, to discover something mysterious, and that's not here. Delta smiled and wagged her tail side to side excitedly. I would start to advance toward the door, but a sword prevented me from continuing. Is that you again, Shadow? You're not my target, get out of the way. I won't forgive you for the humiliation you caused me in the tournament. You're going to die. Delta started to roar in annoyance, but I stopped her with my arm to prevent her from fighting. Okay, Delta, leave this here. Yeah? But she was mean to you, boss says she must be hunted. Leave this to my Delta. You bueno. Delta would sit in a corner, leaving his prey to Shadow, who continued to look straight ahead with a slightly disappointed look at Iris Midgar. Iris would launch an attack towards me that I quickly blocked with my sword. I think I remember who she was, Alexia's sister? What's she doing here? Anyway, if I defeat her, I'll have caused more confusion for the mysterious being in the shadows who even defeated the Princess of Midgar. Well, show me your power. Oh, are you just flattering? No, me subastimes. Iris would launch herself with all her power towards me, colliding several stabs with her in the sky. We would begin to generate a great wave of incandescent rain swords. It's not possible, even with all my power I can't cut it. Your side is neglected. Be quiet. Iris continued to pressure Shadow, and several knights would have arrived. However, Delta would take care of all of them before they could interrupt their boss's floor without major problems. Is that girl coming with him? Could she also be from the Shady Garden? Iris Midgar, is that all you have? No, me subastimes. I slashed swiftly, diverting all the magical energy in a simple manner. I brought the Princess of Midgar, Iris Midgar, to her knees with a wound in her abdomen. Vamonos, Delta. I started moving away from the Midgar Academy, now in the direction of the large amount of mana I felt. Wait! You're not done with me yet! You're not my target! Shadow would clench his fists, remembering who had stolen his gold, thinking that with the time he lost he had already escaped. Do you want to be one? Shadow with those words would have left Iris in shock. The magical pressure was enormous, and she could feel Shadow's terrifying aura. However, Iris would begin to fall slowly, holding her stomach where it began to hurt her after the wound that had been generated. Shadow would start leaving with Delta to a new destination, while leaving everything behind. Wait, I can still. Iris would be left lying on the ground, asleep from her wound, while exhaustion consumed her completely. I swung the door open without even opening it first, and got out faster than I normally would. I guess the thought of my thief getting away bothered me a little. Delta would start to follow him. However, Shadow's speed was getting faster and faster, making it difficult to follow him. Wait, boss, you're going too fasty, sir. Chapter 18, Remastered. Towards a New Future. What happened here? Princess Iris? Don't stay there, there's a stop, bring the emergency team. And? I continued moving forward until I finally reached the area where the sky was most visible with the visible amount of mana. I felt quite a bit of magical energy coming from the sky gather in a single point, as if it were breaking. Is it here? Delta, can you follow a trail of something nearby? I'll try, bossu. Delta started sniffing the whole area, looking for any traces in that area, while I tried to feel any mana presence that was nearby. I can't find anything, bossu. Do you want me to keep looking, Disa? If it should be here. I continued searching, seemingly unsuccessfully, for areas where I could locate the most mana. When I investigated, I found nothing. The only thing I could sense mana was the sky above. I thought about checking the surroundings before investigating the area above, thinking someone had caused the breach, but my conclusions were wrong. He escaped and took my gold. Bossu! I found a clue! Oh really, what did you find? The footprints are like footsteps and have a strange smell. Good job, Delta! I finally discovered the mystery surrounding this place. If I find out he stole my gold, I'll finish him off without mercy. If it's something else, I'll simply investigate. This sounds like a mystery. I like it. I stroked Delta's hair for her efforts. Where am I? I've been here a while, but I can't find anyone. The area seems a bit familiar. A mysterious person in black attire was confused and only kept moving with the sound of his footsteps in the deep forest. Come on, Delta, guide me to the footprints. Cid. Delta moved more motivated and followed the tracks and the trail. Her sense of perception was still incredible, a sense that could detect almost anything. For these types of missions, find or discover, Delta was the best in Shadow Garden, due to her hunting experience. Besides, it's easy to say I didn't mention anything. Where should I go now? The boy sighed and sat down on top of a large rock, sighing calmly. He also held his sword in his left hand, which he had released to rest a bit and look at the sky. Continue following the trail that Delta marked until she stopped. There are no more boss footprints. Does that mean it stopped? I looked up at someone in a black dress from a tree. The mana I detected from that person was a bit familiar. It was almost like looking at myself in the mirror for a while. My body felt like that, and a little déjà vu something strange was happening. Although he was bigger and seemed to be sitting on a rock. Delta's going hunting. Sorry, boss is my prey. Delta lunged at the hooded figure, intending to attack him with her claws and a big smile. However, to her surprise, he grabbed his sword that was at his side and stopped Delta's attack, causing a clash due to the force exerted on both of them. It looks a bit like... Did he block the Delta attack from behind? The Delta attack, although simple, was probably due to his speed, but few could prevent him from attacking, let alone counterattack without being hurt in the attempt. Delta tried to hit him again with her free arm. But a sound was heard, to her surprise. Looking down at the source of the sound, she noticed a fist embedded in her stomach. She barely noticed and backed away from the figure with force. Bandits, I guess it's always the same. But the one she's with, I feel a particularly strange mana, a mana similar to mine. And that suit, no doubt, is similar to the one she wore 15 years ago. What year is it? I've already traveled back in time 14 years ago when I lit a clock-like object. I thought it was a cliché adventure item, but it turned out to be a time traveler's object. I traveled back to the time of the Diabolos, if I recall correctly. It's worth assuring me I never traveled back again by crossing that strange energy I saw. It's incredible the girls were still playing the Diabolos game. Wait, is there a calendar here? In the year in which shadows hunt and stalk everything. I began to read the soul of the boy in front of me, who was no longer hidden uselessly. His soul was strange. It was also similar to mine. I know my own soul, and I know that what I am feeling right now cannot be a coincidence. I tried to read everything about him, but I noticed vague memories of my own. I no longer had any doubts when I looked at the soul of that boy, empty and without a goal other than one. The Eminence in the shadows. I traveled back in time again. But unlike that time. This time I traveled back in time and found myself. I traveled back 15 years. This seems strangely coincidental. Delta lunged at the shadow she had previously hit with more anger than ever, exchanging her claws with her sword again and moving away from the area again. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr her soul as well. Her soul also gave off memories of someone I knew very well. With this, my doubts were finally resolved. It's just as predictable as ever. It's just physical strength but no martial arts style. His magical power and aura were clearly. Delta received a massive magical blow that sent her crashing heavily into the ground. Such a powerful attack immediately caused her to spit out blood from the violent impact, while a large amount of dust began to rise. GG. He was able to beat Delta in one hit. Aside from his openings, I admit Delta is weak in one-on-one combat if you're strong enough and have a style that can negate his. But I know few people who can so easily defeat Delta. This could be interesting. I drew my slime sword and stared at that person for a few moments. The mana he gave off was very peculiar. I could read it, and my senses were confused. It was something strange. In a way, I feel a little nostalgic when I remember the past. Shall we begin? And as I analyze my opponent, I can see the one in front of me. Could it be me? The outfit is something I would choose. He wields the slime sword and the domain. Interesting, so this is what they call time travel? A rock cracking sound was heard near us. It was Delta emerging from the rubble, covered in visible wounds everywhere. I am not done yet! Delta began to release a large amount of magical energy around him with a fierce scream full of rage as he prepared to fight. His mana is changing. I won't be useless. I'll show Bossa that I can take care of it. Ayayawa! Delta increased more and more his magical energy until it exploded with force. Completely illuminating the entire place, his eyes would change to a more intense red and his claws would grow in turn. His appearance had changed completely. His hair turned white and his pupils red, and around his eyes had darkened. A small armor surrounded his body while his roars were not expected. What happened? Delta lunged again this time. But not at the person in front of him, but at his own master, Shadow. His speed had increased, along with his other attributes. The way Delta attacked was completely uncontrolled and unsound. Jaya-waya! Did he lose his sanity when he used his power? My sword blocked every attack Delta tried to land on me. But the power of his fists made me retreat due to the violence they gave off. Is this what they call it? Power up? As expected, it has its side effects. The attacks Delta was giving me were strong. Probably in terms of power level. She had surpassed Alpha. It was something unusual. I never realized that Delta had so much potential, let alone a transformation. Probably if Alpha and the others tried to stop her, they would have difficulties. But she hasn't changed in her attack pattern. In fact, she is more predictable now. Gah! I grabbed both of Delta's arms before they connected and kneed him in the jaw. GGG! Delta tried to attack me again, but this time I switched to a different martial art. I went from karate to judo, grabbed his arm, and threw him hard to the ground. Jiga! Delta was now carrying a large weapon with her, twice as large but with a greater amount of mana. Its design was different, and gave off a red/black aura. A powered-up version of her iron slab appeared. I'd like to face you when you master this power. But for now, games are over. I am Ayahawk! Atomic recovery! With my mana-infused sword, I strike Delta in the center with the atomic. She closed her eyes, and after the light was finally consumed by darkness, she began to fall. I caught her body before she fell and left her on the ground leaning against a tree. Strangely, Delta hadn't changed her appearance despite being unconscious now. Probably a transformation that can't be deactivated unless she runs out of mana, or perhaps she wants to undo it. For the moment, I don't think she'll interfere in the battle. Alpha-sama! What's going on? We have detected large amounts of mana coming near the mana gathering place in Midar. Approximately 48 kilometers away. Notify me of further information. Understood. Delta hasn't returned from the mission? It's been a long time since she was sent to notify Shadow about the Sky report. And no, we haven't had her report. She hasn't returned from the mission assigned to her by you, Alpha-sama. How strange, she wouldn't run away or abandon the mission. If it weren't for what? However, the enormous magical energy we detected coming from her seems to be struggling right now. Still, why is Delta taking so long? The enemy must be very strong for Delta not to have returned after a long time. I have a bad feeling about this. Send some numbers to investigate the area immediately. If anything happens, notify me. As you command, Alpha-sama. 4 days ago. I was walking aimlessly down a long hallway in my slime suit, just walking because I looked great. My shadow mob Eminence step practice was 45. Where are you taking me? I was forbidden to reveal it. I'm sorry, Shadow-sama. Nu walks beside me as she continues to silently guide me. I wonder where she's taking me. She's Ganma's servant. I think she has news for me. Could it be that he discovered that I was the one who stole his gold? That would be impossible. In any case, I must think of a credible excuse in case the situation warrants it. We're here, Shadow-sama. Nu opened a large door which when opened showed the 7 shadows all gathered at a large table which had plenty of food on top of the finest quality produced by Mitsugoshi. Delta wants to eat. No, Delta. Wait for Shadow-sama to sit with us. But. Alpha frowned and Delta quickly obeyed without objection to such a demonstration. Alpha-sama, I brought Shadow-sama as you ordered. I proceed to leave. Nu would bow and leave Shadow with the 7 shadows in the main hall. What's this? Why is there so much food, and why are the shadows gathered in the same seat at the same table? Could it be did they find out? I started walking towards the seat where the others were. My seat was particularly in the center, and of the finest quality. It was a large, jewel-encrusted, very expensive piece of furniture. I liked the design and wanted to take it with me. Besides, I felt very powerful from above. I looked down at the shadows, who were smaller in their seats. Although their seats were also made of the finest Mitsugoshi materials. Maestro! Hunchback! Zeta and Delta jumped on me with the intention of getting me to pamper them a little. For some strange reason, Alpha and Beta stared at us. Get away from here, you silly wolf! I won first! I won't do it, Disa! Stop, both of you! Alpha raised his voice in excitement. This scared Zeta and Delta, and they stopped hugging me. I felt grateful to Alpha for doing so. What's the situation? Shadow-sama, we have thought and we all agree yet that this is little compared to what you have done for us and Shadow Garden. We want to give you our greatest thanks. Please accept to dine with us with the best food of the finest quality that Mitsugoshi provides. Dinner? Well, now that I think about it, I was going to head to McDonald's to get a hamburger because I was hungry. I guess I can have dinner with the girls, saving money and still getting the best quality food. Although it's a little strange that all 7 of them would suddenly invite me to dinner for no reason. But I have to take advantage of this opportunity. All right. Some maids approached me as they knelt in my presence. They spoke. Shadow-sama, what can we offer you? Choose all of Mitsugoshi's dishes, the one you like best. They're prepared by our best chefs. He stood up and handed me the main menu. As soon as I did, I was surprised by the variety. There were so many pages of different variations. Did all the dishes have a nearly 5-star rating? I won't order anything too expensive. I still owe you a favor. If I order something too expensive, the girls might get upset. French fries are fine. Do you want something to drink, Shadow-sama? What's the cheapest wine you have? That's the Merlot. Priced at 99 gold coins. 99 gold coins? Don't worry, Shadow-sama. We've prepared a drink of the finest quality, specialized just for you. You won't be charged anything. And the only one who can dislike it is you. I understand. What is it made of? It's made from a little alcohol mixed with sugar. Minerals mined from Midgar. With a little fruit grown in our garden. It also contains the blood of a very special and delicate ancient dragon. Its price was 120 gold coins. And other strange fruits that are newly discovered and are not yet sold due to their rarity until many years later. I want to try it. Entendido, Shadow-sama. The maid took my menu sheet and left. 120 gold coins, 99. I don't think I'll be able to pay that amount in a long time. Why did I accept it anyway? Hiya, Shadow-sama. You will finally taste the wine we have been making for 2 years, especially and only for you. Watch silence, Beta. And? Alpha-sama, the meals are ready for everyone. Several numerals began to enter the main room with plates full of the finest food. Tightly covered, the aroma soon rose, and Delta drooled a little. Each numeral slowly placed each plate down until all were placed on the table. Bowing, they all left the room. The once empty table was now laden with food and drinks of the finest quality. Delta would take a piece of chicken from the table. However, she would be stopped by Alpha, who hit her hand, causing her to drop her piece of chicken in pain. "Why, Alpha-sama? That hurt Disu. We haven't even given thanks yet." "It's be okay, Disu." They all closed their eyes and joined their hands in prayer. "I guess it was good to teach them that you give thanks to food before you eat it. That's what an eminence in the shadows should do. Be fine. We thank Shadow-sama for his wisdom and knowledge of the shadows shared with us." They all repeated the same phrase while they had their eyes closed. "I also give thanks for the majesty and incandescent beauty of the God we have by our side." I watched this with a drop of sweat. It was really strange what they were doing here. It was giving thanks for the food, but what was the need to mention me? I waited for the girls to finish so I could finally start making a fuss. I needed to look good morally and maintain my aura of eminence. If I started first, it wouldn't be right. They all took their forks except Delta. I was disgusted with my one-piece French fry, which I had ordered at the lowest possible price. That fries were covered in a strange liquid. It wasn't capsules, and it looked purple/blue. Curious, I tried it and covered it a little more in that capsule-like liquid and bit into it. "This tastes good. I hope you like the food, Shadow-sama." "Not bad." Delta started eating too fast and got her hands dirty because she didn't use a fork, but her hands to eat as usual. Some people nearby were ready to clean up as soon as she finished. I held the wine they brought me in my hands. It looked very elegant. Even the glass my fingers felt expensive. Something told me so. It was completely dark, so I couldn't see the inside of the liquid. It had hints of gold and some small, shiny jewels as decorations, but those jewels were dark. And a skull as decoration. It looked a little frightening. A worthy wine for an eminence like me. I opened it with my thumb without any complications, being careful not to damage the container, and as soon as the liquid came out, it released a little foam. This seemed like a real wine. Next to that wine was a specialized container for me to pour it over. A particularly fine container of the highest quality. I poured it over him. When it fell, I noticed the liquid was completely dark. After I finished pouring it, I proceeded to raise my fine glass. The 7 shadows raised their glasses at the same time as I did, making a toast. "For Shadow-sama! For Shadow-sama! For Shadow-sama! For Shadow-sama! For Shadow-sama! For Shadow-sama! Thank you, boss!" I started sipping it slowly as everyone else did the same with their respective drinks. Except Delta and Zeta probably didn't drink it because they were more sensitive. The moment I started to taste the wine on my throat, the taste was indescribable. "This wine is it? Excellent wine. Do you like it? We made it especially for you, Shadow-sama, the highest quality wine from Mitsugoshi No. 1, the idea was mine. I give it a 10. Gunma smiled at Shadow's words and lowered her gaze a little, embarrassed by such flattery. "Please, I'm not worthy of your compliments, Shadow-sama. I'm glad you liked it. Now that I think about it, Mitsugoshi is being a success thanks to the ideas I gave him, although I should try not to be so ambitious for Gunma with my wisdom." "How is the situation?" "The vaccine is getting closer and closer, thanks to your wisdom, Shadow-sama. Everything is going as planned. The virus won't be a problem soon, thanks to Ada-san." Gunma would make the current report of what was happening in Midgar while he read through his papers everything. "Have you suspected anything about the magic abbreviation in the sky and something?" "We don't know for sure yet. It seems to be a strange energy coming from both the lake and the sky, but we don't know its possible origin. I sent 2 numerals to make a report, but they only told me that the magical energy was unknown and no one possesses that enormous amount of magic. There were also no suspicious individuals nearby, nor any traces of a devil cult having anything to do with it. It seems to be something unusual." "I understand. It's a lot of magical energy. I could use it for other purposes if I can absorb the amount of magical energy from the lake, although I don't need it. I think it must be something interesting now that I think about it. The enemy will arrive in 3 days, and shadows will fall deep within Midgar under the full moon. All the shadows would have been surprised by the message Shadow had indicated, deducing that what he had said was possibly another of his predictions. Cautiously, some took notes. That's impossible. Well, I did a great job with those words. I always wanted to say them when a moment seems to be the end or is the right one to seem like it. Well, it seems that the plans are going perfectly as we plan. We just need a huge magical energy to crack the sky. No need, I can do it on my own. Mordred would look up at the sky and slowly begin to generate a large amount of concentrated mana around him. With his arm, which he still had available, he generated a small vortex. I will break the dimensions, I will bring back the one who started the chaos, and with him out of that dimension I will finally be able to conquer this dimension, and in the future the others that I desire so much, and the cult will rule in the shadows forever. Mordred began to use too much magical energy, causing a magical amount to begin emanating around him, which made the stars appear as if he were in space itself, but at the same time he wasn't. A portal was generated from the magical energy used. It's very complicated to use this technique. I need to focus on the dimension I want to open. I'll end up exhausted, but it will be worth it. This is the fruit of months of hard work trying to find a way to eradicate evil from this world. It's working. Mordred-sama's energy is causing a reaction in space-time. Quickly, we need to redirect that energy to a specific point to fully open the portal. A little girl with pink pigtails and hair of the same color wearing a school uniform would mention that while looking from afar. Absolute zero. These were the words heard until a great magical collision was made that would be redirected towards the sky. The collision would be so enormous that it would open a large dimensional rift. In the future, Shadow was moving in the darkness. He had some blood stain on his clothes as he moved. A true eminence in the shadows demonstrates his enormous power, although what is my goal? It's true that I am what I so desperately desire, an eminence in the shadows. I have the power and money I dreamed of. It's very easy to obtain, but what remains? To be an eminence until I die? To change things? What is my purpose now that I have everything? Shadow-sama! I tilted my gaze. I saw a large elf with long yellow hair wearing a dark uniform representing Shadow Garden. It was Alpha. What happened? Why did you send those people to spy on me? You worry me. You've been acting so strange. You're on missions all day long. You've even abandoned your private life. You're always Shadow without a break. You don't let us take charge and lighten your load anymore. We don't work together like we used to. It's none of your business. If so, let's form Shadow Garden together. It's our business to support our leader. I'm not interested in Shadow Garden. I'm looking for my goal. What I want to be. Shadow Garden was a simple accident. That happened while I was walking to be the true eminence in the shadows. But don't you dare interfere in my business again. Or spy on me. Shadow emanated an aura that was frightening even for Alpha, an aura filled with hatred and resentment, but above all, untethered power. He began to retreat at the same time. You're changing, Shadow, that aura of a true leader, the aura of hope for our goal. I no longer see that aura in you. You're getting further and further away. Shadow didn't mention anything and simply walked away with the devastated look of Alpha, who fell to the ground on his knees. Why is he changing? Even though I almost lost him so many times years ago and tried so hard to avoid it, now I'm losing him again. Why am I so useless? I felt a great magical energy coming from below. You could see a crack opening in the ground where I had just passed. I detect a large amount of magic there. What's going on? I felt a large amount of magical energy behind me. I stopped an attack that was launched at me from behind. Are you going to make it, Alpha? I'll prove to you that I'm not just a useless, sitting back kind of girl, that I'm worthy of your trust. If I have to bring you back with us, even by force, I'll do it. I won't abandon you, not again. Alpha attacked Shadow with all his power. Shadow simply dodged all his cuts easily, although they managed to graze him on some cuts. You have increased your power. I told you I wouldn't be a useless person you'd ever be ashamed of again. A red fog was appearing. That technique again? It won't work. Shadow made a large slash in the sky, diverting all the fog generated. However, Alpha was no longer in the area. I knew you'd do that. Alpha was behind Shadow, who would move. However, the sword managed to cut his arm a little, but Alpha did not stop summoning another sword. He would manage to break his mask that he wore on his face. Alpha tried to attack Shadow again, but he slashed with such force that the air pressure would send her away from him. Alpha dispelled the mist and resumed her stance. She lunged at Shadow again, but he grabbed her sword with his fingers and cracked it upon contact. Good Alpha, as you are a former classmate, you will have the privilege of knowing a little about what I am. Shadow undid his magic sword, and his fists were now covered in magical energy, which, although it was not visible, could be felt, especially in those points. Will you fight without weapons? Alpha was behind Shadow, who only smiled as soon as Alpha was near him. Alpha slashed at Shadow. To her surprise, something happened. The slash was stopped. Alpha was surprised to see that Shadow managed to stop her strongest attack with his bare hand and only using his fingers again. You still have time to say you're giving up. I won't give up! Alpha tried to cut Shadow. However, he again directly attacked Alpha's sword with his bare hand, breaking it into pieces with his fist. What? Shadow with his other fist took advantage of Alpha's carelessness and hit Alpha hard in the abdomen, crashing her violently to the ground. Alpha started coughing blood as soon as she tried to stand up. As she tried to get up, she felt like her ribs were broken and her breathing was failing. Shadow only looked at Alpha one last time and entered the portal, leaving her behind and disappearing at the same time her magical presence vanished with it. As Shadow knew. Alpha began to close her eyes slowly as she tried to reach her master's figure and fell unconscious on the ground. Chapter 19, Remastered. Chaos. Previously. Shadow began to cross that mysterious dark energy. As he immersed himself in that darkness, he slowly began to see what was on the other side of that darkness. When he completely crossed his body, the darkness began to fall. When he realized it, he noticed nothing more than a large forest below in sight. Some lights could be seen in the distance. He also visualized some strange figures which barely observed him and quickly retreated at the orders of one of greater power. In turn, the crack that was between their swords closed completely, but for some strange reason the lake was still illuminated by that darkness. As Shadow, yes. A girl with two small pink pigtails crossed his gaze before disappearing into the strange figure. Her gaze radiated hatred within her, as if she could barely visualize it. Although her attire was different, her figure, her magical power, and above all, her presence, there was no doubt in his heart. The moment he tried to do anything, she disappeared. Flashback. Ah! A hooded figure attacked the mysterious, elegant figure who was staring at her with such hatred. That figure simply blocked all of her attacks as if they were paper. Mordred was lying wounded in a small corner, witnessing everything that was happening. Despite his attempt to defeat that figure again, he had failed again, something that disappointed him in himself. Shadow! The hooded figure didn't stop, continuing her furious attack on the Shadow staring in front of her. But to her surprise, she felt a small wound in her windpipe that slowly began to hurt. Her neck had been hit by that strange figure, causing her to spit out a little blood as she slowly fell. The shock was immediate, felt by Mordred's face and Mordred himself. I can't. Father. The hooded woman began to slowly fall to the ground, her gaze still radiating hatred, but at the same time, tears began to fall as that hatred disappeared. More than hatred, it was disappointment. Disappointment in herself. Miss Sherry! A sound echoed throughout the place. That mask that the elegant man was wearing had completely shattered and the pieces slowly began to fall from his face, thus revealing his face. Everyone in the cult was amazed to see the elegant figure now with his true face revealed. But that figure barely looked at them. His fingers and threads began to mercilessly destroy everyone in his path. His brutality increased. He didn't hesitate to stop playing and begin destroying everyone. Mordred had witnessed the death of all his comrades. With annoyance on his face, Mordred tried to get up. The elegant figure simply looked to the side. When he did, what the hooded figure was hiding was revealed. Her face had finally been revealed. Even though the figure knew his mana and was familiar with it, looking at that scene still brought back a nostalgic/bittersweet feeling. It was none other than his old classmate he'd met a while back. The name of that classmate, so familiar, was... It may not be enough for now. But one day I will find a way to end your existence. The cult will rule all. Mordred had disappeared from the place without a trace. He abandoned his faction and fled. A few hours before. My eyes finally observed a light. But what I saw was simply a different place than the one I was in. When I looked at the sky, it was completely dark, and some lightning bolts shot out of it as if it were a violent storm. But it was strangely magical energy. It seemed more like something summoned than something natural. The strange effect disappeared a few seconds after I was able to observe it. I understand now. So is this the start of a new adventure plot in search of returning to my old world? No. It's something more interesting. I moved through the place and continued advancing a little further. I noticed this city when I left the forest. Said city gave me a little nostalgia for some unexplained reason. I only felt a feeling that I had already been in this place. As I continue on my way, I felt a small tapping on my left foot. I looked down to see what I'd seen. It was simply a newspaper with some stains. Probably used. I bent down and picked it up curiously. Zombie virus is ravaging humanity. Don't leave your homes. Apocalyptic world? Zombie plot? Nothing new to me since the last time I did it. But I guess I can show off again. As I moved around exploring that strange city, I caught a glimpse of a particular school that caught my attention. Its layout was familiar. The school where I used to do my mob stuff over 10 years ago. The Midar School. There was no mistaking it. And with the old layout it used to have. The magical presences I felt from that place were similar to the ones I always used to feel back in those years. Travel to the past? I raised my sword and accepted the duel against that figure who looks so much like me. What fighting style will I be using in 15 years? It's a question that intrigues me. I've never felt so interested in a fight. For the first time, even I don't know what will happen. Now it will depend entirely on my ability to adapt to the opponent. If my own fighting style is the same in 15 years, it will be pointless to perfect my power for so many years. Whenever you want. A great wave of wind resounded in the place. The sound barrier was broken as soon as both moved their feet to rush at each other, and in turn a great shock wave was generated. The air was cut to the touch. A sound of screeching echoed through the place. It was both dark swords that had now collided with each other. The rain began to fall slowly as the weather was affected by the same gust. A beautiful rainy dance could be seen that seemed to have no end between both shadows who danced in that sword dance in the light of the full moon. A woman with long red hair and wearing Midgar royalty. Iris Midgar began to stand up, her injuries largely preventing her from doing so easily. Princess Iris, I'm glad you're okay. Iris, under her disappointed gaze of herself, was humiliated again by that shadow that she hated the most in the entire world. Shadow, she is still far below the step that she should reach. Just thinking about that made her heart crack more and more, which could not bear more humiliation despite trying to obtain all the power possible to defeat Shadow. She is still many steps below. Nothing worked to achieve her goal. Her goal seemed impossible. Alexia hugged her sister, who simply let herself be hugged without showing any emotion. Deep down in her heart, she was surprised by the hug, but her mind, now so immersed in darkness, simply denied all unnecessary feelings. I thought something had happened to you. I'm glad you're okay, sister. Allegate. Iris Alejo looked at Alexia with a surprised look, as she was pulled away from her embrace. Iris stood up on her own from the floor, clenching her fists, and starting to walk away. I feel a strange sensation in my being. Was I really enjoying a fight for the first time? Normally, I don't enjoy fights much. They are part of my plans as a mob or as an eminence in the shadows. The few times it happened, I always finished off my opponents with a light movement of my sword. Despite using my skills, my opponent didn't flinch or dull his sword, his simple fencing style, and his fine movements. It was clear that I was fighting a reflection of myself from my past. After all, I only had to fight myself to find that happiness of a figure of eminence in the shadows in a real battle. You are good. But you have openings. The shadow began to overwhelm Shadow more and more. It was becoming more and more difficult for him to keep up. Some damage began to become noticeable, grazes and almost stabs in vital points that he miraculously avoided. Each stab released more power than the last. Shadow's adaptation began to be overwhelmed. He was forcing him to adapt to his opponent, but when he finally managed to adapt, his opponent always gained an advantage. It seemed that his power was growing unlimitedly, so much power was difficult for him to adapt. After so much time, he found his limit. I'd better tell Alpha-sama about this. Amidst the shadows, a girl with long brown hair was hiding while she watched the fight. She disappeared in a few moments. His strength overwhelms me more and more. I thought we were of a different kind. But I'm finding it harder and harder to adapt to his fighting style. I can barely keep up with him. And I'm not growing as much as I used to. Am I reaching my limit? No. I've probably reached it. But when I reach it, his power increases, preventing me from matching him. How strong is he? You're not bad. I'm wondering the same. Where are you, Cid? Claire searched everywhere for her brother Cid, including his room. But she simply couldn't find him anywhere. Growing increasingly worried, the black-haired woman continued her search, becoming more and more intense. If only you knew who your brother is. Aurora, the Witch of Calamity, observed with a bored expression Claire, who continued her search intensely. What did you say? Nothing. I charged a large part of my mana in my left hand and launched myself towards my adult version, bumping my fist with the intention of hitting him. The crater began to form and the forest had completely disappeared. The explosion was so large that the crater was formed approximately 200 kilometers wide. The battle was moved away from Midgar, to the fate of the nation. If they had continued their battle near Midgar, such a collision would have destroyed Midgar immediately. Smoke began to form aggressively in the area of impact. But at the same time it began to disappear with force while a large amount of mana took care of the work to avoid the obstruction. I began to feel a great pressure in my left hand, which began to bleed slowly from my attack, but even more so when I observed what was happening. My left hand had been stopped by me with his bare right hand. Much of my energy was channeled into that fist. A fist that could break anything if I set my mind to it this time. I couldn't overcome even one obstacle. This surprised me. This is the first time I've used so much strength to stop an attack. Interesting. But it's nothing more than a simple accumulation of strength and weak mana. Something like this can't take me down. Perhaps you are stronger than the 7 shadows. As I was about to counterattack, I felt a strong pressure on my abdomen. Instantly, my body instinctively knelt on the ground, and I spat out a little blood. What's going on? The coughing continued, growing more and more aggressive. As I coughed, my pain increased every second. I tried to repair the damage I was feeling with my hand, but I couldn't dull the pain even a little. I couldn't see where a possible counterattack had come from. This is the darkness you cannot cross. The shadows are strong. But the depth of the abyss of darkness is invincible. An eminence in the shadows that cannot pierce the darkness, interesting, but I will overcome any obstacle to reach my dream, even if it means falling deeper. The ground began to light up. While several lines marked it, the entire place was marked. The entire area was illuminated and covered in a light that covered everything. Let's see how you do. I am atomic. Atomic! A massive explosion lit up the entire world. Both illuminations contained the range and only limited it to a certain number of kilometers. Even so, the light was such that the entire world was illuminated once again by a great mysterious magical energy. Around that energy, a great collision was present that turned into an explosion so devastating that it would be visible from space at an angle where the Earth could be seen. But the light covered everything. The solar system was covered in that light. What's going on? Hiya! What is this overwhelming magical tremor? All the shadows began to feel the enormous amount of mana that was released. But in turn, that enormous amount of mana was countered by a more powerful one. The illumination was so strong that they couldn't see, and they covered their eyes from how brightly the entire world shone. Alpha-sama, I went to the place you told me about, and when I arrived and took the samples you asked for, I saw a dark figure sitting on a large rock. Delta and Shadow-sama arrived at the place. It seems they knew something about that figure, and a battle began between Delta-sama and that guy, but Delta was defeated and now Shadow-sama seems to be having trouble fighting him. I know this will sound unbelievable, unconventional, and disrespectful coming from Shadow-sama, but this is what I witnessed in the fight. Delta was defeated, and Shadow is in trouble? I don't have a good feeling about this for some reason. My heart feels uneasy. Why? Alpha-sama? Notify the 7 shadows. Send them the location of the place. The 7 shadows? But Zeta-sama is taking care of Miss Claire and Itie-sama is busy with the artifacts. Do it now! SSI. Nu began to move alongside an army of Numers who followed her on her way. All of them moved aside without exception. How strange. Why do I feel this way? Maybe I'm just exaggerating. But something in my heart is telling me that I need to move, or it'll be too late. I hope it's all just an exaggeration on my part. The total illumination, as expected, was also visible from the capital of Oriana. Rose was stupefied as she looked at the lights, all of which gave off a familiar mana that she knew. Alexia watched this along with Claire. They all observed the enormous illumination of the planet that was happening. A red-haired woman appeared while she was training with her sword multiple times. She did so without stopping, mentioning a single name. Shadow. The enlightenment soon arrived, too. It stopped her from her training, but she also felt that color and that mana. There was no doubt about it. What's going on? Haya! Help! People began to panic, not just in Midgar or Oriana. All the kingdoms and the world felt that light. That light that was covering and shaking everything. They felt like at any moment everything was going to disappear. The shadows who were moving in different directions but all with a single objective, to reach the place that Alpha had indicated to them. Including the Alpha herself who came out personally. They all witnessed that brightness but also a large curtain of smoke that began to be generated and a magical pressure which made access to the area impossible due to the pressure generated. Chicas! What the hell? Zeta tried to move but it was completely useless. It was impossible to access the battlefield. The 7 shadows managed to reach the indicated place without much trouble. But now there was a new problem. Crossing. The curtain is too deep. Kia! Shadow-sama used too much power. Haya Shadow-sama is amazing. It's not the beta time. If the dog were here maybe we could move her faster, but that idiot had to go ahead. Don't despair. The smoke won't last forever. I feel like there's less and less magical energy in it. We have to trust that Shadow will be okay. Both shadows continued their atomic collision. The collision was cancelled out. When that happened, they both launched their magical weapons at each other and continued their clash of weapons. The smoke continued to expand, but without the atomic, the glow had now disappeared. However, the smoke still made it impossible for anyone to enter their intense combat zone. In that battle, Shadow was covered in wounds, while his slime suit had been slightly torn on his forearm. His similarly sized opponent was intact and without any serious visible injuries. Their power continued to increase somewhat. I'm having trouble moving. His attacks are too strong. Even though I try to regenerate them with mana, I can't do it quickly, and the internal bleeding prevents me from moving freely. Although I can avoid vital attacks, superficial damage shouldn't be a problem for me. When he attacks me, I sense something stranger happening. The Eminence in the shadows will consume everything. My name is Shadow. I stalk and hunt in the shadows and I will hunt everything, even if the darkness before me is very deep. True darkness will extinguish the shadows. Both of them undid their swords and adopted a fighting stance. Shadow used Kung Fu, and his counterpart Jeet Kune Do. I haven't used my fist to fight in a martial arts match in a while. It'll be interesting to fight someone who knows and has mastered the same styles I used in my past life. Both launched themselves towards each other. A great exchange of punches resounded throughout the place. The blizzard was so violent that it was dissipating the smoke that had been generated. Such a quantity of smoke would have covered the earth completely if it weren't for the fact that it was being dissipated by the attacks between the two. Even so, despite everything, the cloak did not retreat. It was really a large cloak that prevented the approach of any normal creature. The smoke is clearing, and the weaker it is, the weaker our chance is, we can get through it. Wait. We can't yet, all we'll do is get in the way. But Shadow-sama is fighting, we have to support him. Trust Shadow. The teacher will not lose to something so simple. You're right. Let's go, Shadow-sama. I think this fight will be boring if we do it on this planet, don't you think? What do you mean? His counterpart used his sword to deliver a powerful cut through space-time. The cut was so powerful that it generated a small vortex in which a different dimension could be seen. The vortex swallowed them both at the same time, disappearing from the scene. Here we can fight with everything without holding back. The smoke has stopped spreading. Does that mean Shadow-sama is done fighting? I can't feel his mana anymore, nor the strange opposing mana. Discipline the smoke now. Understood. Both Zeta, Epsilon, and Beta began to move away all the exaggerated dust that was generated in the field that prevented the passage and being able to observe what was inside. Even the three of them took a little time due to the violent amount, but successfully thanks to their mana, they managed it. When visualizing the area, Alpha carefully observed the entire place, but there were no traces of Shadow or anyone in the nearby area. Alpha-sama Meyer! Isn't that Delta? Alpha looked at the place where Epsilon and Beta had pointed. In doing so, he noticed the figure of a girl with long white hair and strange clothing. Her claws were considerably larger, and she was lying unconscious on the ground with superficial wounds on her body. The mana she gave off was certainly greater than they could have expected, but that mana was also recognized by the seven shadows. It was Delta, but she looked different. Alpha approached that mysterious figure. Delta? Delta. Is that you? Can you hear me? Despite his attempts to speak to his faithful companion, she still didn't respond successfully. Alpha wondered if it was his companion, Delta, or someone else entirely. But if it was someone else, it was possible that they knew what was going on and could get information out of them. But his instinct told him that this person was Delta. Epsilon, Zeta, and Beta had also arrived at the battlefield, approaching the area. They were also able to witness that strange, white-haired person. Alpha-sama, who is she? Her sense of smell and magical presence tell me she's the dog. But what happened? We don't know. I think it's best to take her with us. Are you sure? Yes. Try to heal her. If she doesn't wake up, we'll have to take her back to the base, but she'll be inspected. Understood. Beta approached the girl with long white hair. As she placed her hands on her abdomen, a small flame of mana generated around her and began to cover her. The wounds slowly began to heal and close. I'm having a hard time healing her. I don't know why. Could it have been battle damaged? If so, it's normal. Beta continued her healing slowly, the wounds closing more and becoming smaller. Suddenly, an unexpected surprise occurred. The girl opened her eyes and stood up violently, causing Beta to move away a little cautiously, a little scared by the unexpected reaction. Hiya! Basu? Where's Basu? It was to be expected. Delta. Is that you? Alpha-sama? What are you doing here, Disa? Forget that. Were you in the battle just now? SSI. Can you report what you saw? Everything from the beginning. I have to admit, this is the first time in years that I've enjoyed a fight where I can use many of my skills against an opponent and not have them fall. I have to give them credit. Although it's time to end this. I held my face with my left hand. A smile unexpectedly formed on my face, but that didn't stop me from attacking. I lightly gripped my sword and pointed. Atomic cut. The shadow launched a powerful slash that began to destroy the dimension in which they were fighting. The dimension was increasingly cracked by that slash. A slash that began to cut everything. Space and distance meant nothing to that slash. Shadow couldn't see that cut. The only thing he saw was a great light going against him. He was just about to take action, and the light went through him completely. Ugh! Shadow looked at himself completely bleeding from his abdomen. The wound generated soon began to bleed uncontrollably. Shadow began to spit blood again. He tried to hold his wound, influencing mana in his hand as a catalyst for the wound, but he felt that if he took his hand off his abdomen, the blood would continue to fall aggressively without an end. The wound was too deep, pierced his body completely. I can't keep the wound cauterized. I need to regenerate the tissue otherwise. Shadow began to fall to the ground as his vision slowly blurred. He continued to cauterize his wound until the very end, but it was simply useless. The blood continued to flow despite the mana preventing it from flowing out all at once. His abdominal aorta was severed in two. I can't fall here. I haven't yet achieved my goal of becoming the Eminence in the shadows. If I fall here, does that mean it was all for nothing? I knew this day would come someday. But I can't allow it to be today. Shadow fell to the ground as the light in his eyes faded. His body remained kneeling as his head slowly tilted down. His arm had slightly drooped as the incurable wound became visible. It was a good fight. The older counterpart just stared at the scene in front of him without any expression or feeling, but deep inside, he felt a little uncomfortable seeing himself reflected in that way. Without giving importance to his feelings, he raised his hand, and from this, a wave began to be generated. The same wave began to disappear from the dimension in which they were fighting. The two began to slowly return to the place where they were fighting in that enormous crater that their collision left. For some reason, I feel I should give him a dignified death. If it were me, it probably wouldn't make sense. I would have liked to die on the battlefield where my failure and my last fight took place. Although he was a good opponent, I could also sense a bit of loneliness in his soul. It brings back a bit of nostalgia. Shadow-sama fighting? Yes. The last thing Delta could see was that Basu was fighting someone very similar to him. They had similar clothes. According to Basu, he was the one they were looking for. I tried to catch him, but I don't remember anything else. I see, so it's true. Shadow-sama was fighting. But you were defeated? I lament Alpha-sama desu. It's okay. At least Shadow was with you, but that's precisely why I've mentioned it to you so many times, and why I'll keep mentioning it to you. Don't go ahead and fight people you don't know or think are suspicious. Shadow was on a mission with you, didn't he warn you? Why yes, but Delta wanted to hunt. There is no remedy with you. At least you're okay, Delta. SSI. By the way, can I ask you? Why do you look like that? Huh? How? Haven't you noticed? Epsilon took a small mirror out of his pocket and showed it to Delta, who, upon looking at herself in the mirror, was surprised and jumped. Huh? Is it some kind of costume? We almost thought it wasn't you. You shouldn't do that. And no! That's not true, Deso. Delta doesn't understand anything. Could it be? We'll talk about that later. Delta's hair slowly began to turn back to its natural color, as her clothes began to disappear and return to normal. Her eyes returned to normal, and her claws slowly began to decrease in size. Huh? Is it a transformation? I knew you had one, but I didn't know you had another one. Why, you're not wrong, Alpha-sama. Delta has no other transformation except when hunting Desu. Okay. That's the least important thing. Alpha-sama is present. The 7 shadows were alerted when they sensed without warning the mana of 2 strangers. Both were similar to that of Master Shadow. But one was weakened and constantly reducing. The other remained intact and remained imposing. The shadows were able to witness how 2 mysterious shadows began to generate in a small vortex until they completely left it. Shadow could be seen covered in wounds, but especially one that stood out above the others in his abdomen. while one figure carried his clothes and left him lying next to him. The figure wore the same clothes as Shadow, his face and mana were very similar. But that figure had a slightly darker / more mysterious mana apart from greater. The 7 shadows knew it when they saw both of them at the first moment of looking at both figures. The figure was weak but still beating. The smell of Zeta and Delta. There was no doubt. It was their master. Shadow. The 7 shadows were completely frozen when they saw this scene occur. As Shadow-sama? It just can't be. This has to be a joke. Shadow looked at the 7 shadows. He began to feel a little nostalgic seeing their teenage selves. He began to reminisce a bit about the old days. He only began to walk slowly away from the area, leaving his counterpart's body lying on the ground. This is what you probably would have wished for. Shadow-sama. The 7 shadows approached their master's body lying on the ground. Each shadow grabbed each limb of their master with the pain in their hearts. They all began to shed their tears over the body of their former master. Shadow-sama! Shadow-sama, wake up! Don't joke around at a time like this. Why are you all crying? Bossu is just playing, he's like that, he'll never die, no one can beat him. Master! You still can't. Bossu, everyone is sad. Please stop playing. Shadow is. That's not possible. Damn you! Zeta launched himself fiercely to attack that shadow that was retreating from the battlefield. But his attack was barely going to land. That shadow had already disappeared into the darkness, to his surprise. As he clenched his fists, Zeta hit the ground furiously. Coward, don't run away! Boss Delta is starting to get scared, please don't play like that anymore. Delta approached his master who, to everyone's surprise, began to slowly open his eyes. He was still clinging to life while his wound was still uselessly trying to heal. Although he tried his best to do something and didn't want to die, deep down he knew that this was beyond repair and that it was already too late. He was only clinging to his obsession with wanting to live, but that only pushed back the inevitable a little. Shadow took one last look at the 7 shadows while his mouth tried to pronounce what he was going to be. His last sentence. That's what I should say. I've never thought about my last words. I still don't want to die. But I guess I have no choice. I'll improvise my last performance as an aspiration to be the Eminence in the shadows. I would have liked to be alive a little longer. Here will come my last performance, and it must be dramatic. 7 shadows. Yes? Shadow-sama. Don't forget the motto that characterizes our organization. We hunt and stalk in the shadows' shadow garden. Bossu, you're finally awake. Don't joke around like that again. Delta. And? To hunt and stalk in the shadows. You will follow my legacy, that is my last wish. What are you joking about, boss? It's obvious that you'll be the boss forever. We'll have the most powerful organization, and you'll be the new leader of the pack. Boss? Probably what I said wasn't that far from what I wanted to say. I don't know. But now that I'm going to die again. Where will I go? Will I go to another isekai? Will I go to heaven or hell? Or will I just disappear? Wherever I wander, I admit I'll miss this life. If I don't achieve the eminence in the shadows, it means I didn't fulfill my goal. If I didn't fulfill my goal because of failure, there was no point in continuing. Anyway, I know the girls will do fine without me. I was planning on dying at some point in the future. But at least I would have liked to have everything I dreamed of before I died. But if this was a plot twist, and it's my so-called destiny, I guess I can't do anything? Boss, wake up, Delta doesn't like how you're playing. Boss! Delta. He's playing! Don't you see Alpha-sama? He woke up a few moments ago, I'm sure he'll wake up again. He's just playing! The boss can't leave, Delta refuses to believe it. Delta. Controlled. Delta denies the boss left. Delta held her head as she let out a piercing scream, as a strange red mana began to surround her. Her appearance slowly began to change again. Delta! The boss can't. Alpha held Delta's shoulders, who, even with endless tears and her gaze lowered, continued to deny that Shadow had appeared. The power was still growing within her. But the power had now stopped, reaching its limit. Now it was only her feeling of helplessness/anger/sadness combined. Delta, listen to me. Bossa, no. Do you think Shadow would have liked to see you act like this? Shadow said it. Follow his legacy. Are you going to disobey his last will? Alpha-sama, why don't you look at him? He's alive, he can't die. He promised to stay with us until the end, and I believe his words. Alpha-sama, you're lying. Alpha-sama, don't you believe in Shadow-sama? He's still alive. Are you really going to give up, Alpha-sama, and believe that he's already dead and we can move on with our lives? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Alpha-sama? Don't you think Shadow-sama would say this is nothing? What should I do? I feel like Delta is dangerous right now. But I don't want to trick her and give her hope that Shadow is still alive, that's it. I looked around. I couldn't find Zeta anywhere. The remaining shadows were still kneeling over Shadow's body. They were all clinging to him. To say something as insensitive on my part as accepting Shadow's death is something. Should I just accept it like that? Flashback. My name is Shadow. He who hides in the shadows. He who hunts from the shadows. Daughter of heroes, are you willing to fight by my side? That illness, not since I was affected by the curse. I lost everything. You were the one who saved me when I had no destiny but to rot in my ugliness because of that. If that's what you want, then I'll put my life into it. And so the guilty will fall. They will pay for everything. Since that day I had sworn that I would be by his side until death, and that I would do everything he asked of me. I swore my life and body to him entirely, and I would make sure to fulfill his dreams, our dreams, and protect him if necessary. Give up now and accept his death so easily? There is always a solution, there is always hope, we always achieve things that seem impossible thanks to you. So why can't I choose to believe that bringing you back is possible? I refuse to leave you abandoned again, I refuse to let you leave us. You will come back even if it is the last thing I try. You're right, Delta. And Eminence dies until the end. Elsewhere. Alpha started to get up as a pain in her head gathered unbearably. At her side were the 7 shadows next to her. Alpha-sama is finally awake. What happened? You were unconscious near the lake. Did something happen? He got rid of us. Quien? Shadow. They were all surprised by the words of their second leader. We refuse to believe that. Yes. Shadow-sama would never do that. Maybe he was someone pretending to be evil in disguise. But he would never say something like that. He was Shadow. We do not deny it. That's not true. Alpha-sama boss wouldn't do something like that. I guess my mission ends here. I no longer have another purpose to live for. My only purpose to live for was him, so if our master wants it that way. Two don't agree, this can't end like this. I also refuse to believe that he betrayed us. I'm sure that some important mission must have made him act this way. That's why he doesn't let us get close to him. He's surely protecting us. Alpha heard those words. As he did so, a tiny, tiny hope formed in his chest. Then let's show that he doesn't have to protect us, that we can take care of business. And. Chapter 20, Remastered. It seems like he will never return. Alpha just watched everything in silence, not mentioning a word from her lips. Without realizing it herself, she felt her face a little weakened. Also, a little liquid ran down the part below her eyes slowly, inevitably. She had already felt this sensation before, but the sensation now was more distinct. It was a sensation that she herself did not know how to describe. She felt that she had to continue her master's legacy because his last words and his last will were that. But when she was able to return to reality, and remember a little of what had happened with Shadow before thanks to her faithful companion Delta, the memories of her and Shadow continued without stopping in her memory. Every time she remembered something with Shadow, her heart felt an invisible damage that she did not know how to describe, she could only feel a strange pain in her chest. Shadow is dead. Which means a probability, or even the assurance that he will never return. The one for whom they built Shadow Garden. That Mitsugoshi built will never return. There will be no more orders, there will be no more power from him. His presence will no longer be in this world. Which also means that the plans she had in mind were now shattered. But although she couldn't sob like her other companions who were sobbing hard for the death of their leader, Alpha couldn't do it, she didn't know why. She just froze without saying a word for some strange reason, this feeling of coldness in her heart. It hurt her in a way. On the other hand, a short-haired elf lay on the ground, still next to the body of her former master. Beta simply held her lord's hand, never letting go, as she sobbed with all the pain of her very existence. Zeta froze as she began to remember what she was doing and planning for her master. The entire plan she had created to achieve immortality for her lord. Offer him the best comfort even if it was behind the girls' backs. All to give him something that would make him happy, the happiest person in the world. That plan had now cracked into two parts. As she continued on her way, she simply disappeared from the place. An elf with two long blue pigtails and a dark suit only observed the inevitable scenario, the plan she tried to realize over time. Make Shadow hers. The slime and improve her body, her talents. Everything was for her master's Shadow. Her plans also abruptly cracked and a cold began to surround her body. An inexplicable cold, she didn't know how to express it, she only felt cold, a feeling of absolute loss, totally painful. With a smile, she only looked at the sky while thinking about her lord. Shadow, with a painful smile on her face, forced the elf began to point her sword at her neck without feeling any fear of this in her gaze. Her intention was clear, her life no longer had meaning. She was about to plunge her sword into her neck, but a sound resounded. It was Eta who threw a slime blade, stopping the sword in the process before it managed to stab. Ada had a calm expression unlike all the girls. He didn't look at Shadow as anything more than a simple source of glorious knowledge. His goal had once been to extract all that mysterious knowledge. Now that he wasn't around, strangely, the purple-haired girl felt nothing in her heart. This was due to his master's teachings on such situations. Unlike how he behaved with the other shadows. Shadow treated Eta. I'll teach her a little of what she knows. Don't get too attached to people, otherwise she might suffer. Knowledge is paramount. On the other hand, Delta, who was now hugging his master's body like a faithful dog, remained by his side. Boss, wake up. Delta will hunt bandits with you. Delta will stop being rude and not obeying you. Delta is very sorry for disobeying your instructions. Please, Delta will be good. Disa. Beta continued taking Shadow's arm while some tears ran down her cheeks and her face felt inevitably weak from those tears caused. Epsilon wouldn't be long, and that fake smile she had disappeared and her gaze had changed. She was devastated to see the now corpse of someone who never judged her body and gave her a new life was something too hard for her heart. He was her god and he was no longer with her. Her hopes of being with him had vanished. She could be recognized and everything else and be praised for her beauty, but she only had her heart like the other shadows to one person and that person was gone. The guilt was not long in being felt in her, and the others maybe if they had arrived earlier and had supported Shadow none of this would have happened. A normal feeling in living beings of inevitable guilt more in people important to them. I'm not yet the pianist I dreamed of becoming. I want you to see me achieve my dreams and be the woman you've been waiting for. Beta gripped his free left fist tightly. The same fist slowly began to bleed. It's not fair. Alpha simply closed her eyes as she began to approach the body of her former savior. After reflecting a little on Delta's words, which questioned her lack of empathy and the idea of who her lord was and not being able to believe in him, she approached while looking at his body without any expression. Eta approached Shadow's lifeless body as she touched his head. She stared without interest at the corpse of her former master, who was now no longer in this world and probably in this existence. If I open his brain, maybe I can. Don't touch it. Beta, Epsilon, and Delta denied Ada from touching Shadow as he tried to hit her. Ada simply covered herself with a slime shield generated around her, preventing her fists from hitting her. Time continued to pass without any major incidents. The girls were still holding Shadow's lifeless body. They refused to believe he was dead. If necessary, they planned to die with him by their side. They didn't want to abandon the one who saved their lives. Their mental dilemma was rock bottom. Their leader didn't give any instructions, which was the reason they didn't move from that spot. A presence began to be felt. A hooded woman accompanied by several others arrived at the crater that was generated. The look of surprise on her face soon appeared. They were all gathered at a specific point. In the center was her master Shadow, apparently unconscious. New began to approach along with other numerals led. Ganma-sama, what happened? He died. Him? Who are you referring to? Isn't he saying that? It just can't be. Ganma, I need you back. We must continue the ETA vaccination. New, you are now the new leader of Mitsugoshi. Take good care of the place we spent so many years building. What? But Ganma-sama can't stay here. Will you all stay here until you die? We have no other reason to live. He gave us life. We promised that if he ever left, we would too. He is the reason we all live. But still. He does too. Don't you think he wouldn't like you to waste your life like this? Stop the devil cult from continuing to recruit people. Train and be the eminences in the shadows. His will. I was weak. That's why I couldn't protect him. We all were. But maybe I was weaker. I was always weak. I could never compare myself to anyone. He was the only person in this world who didn't see me that way. Thanks to him, I managed to improve my fencing. Without him anymore. I'll stay that way. A weakling who didn't protect the one who taught her couldn't even do that well. That's not true. You're not. No. I really am. I think you know that better than anyone. Aren't you weak? Why do you say things without affirming Ganma-sama? No. That's enough. No. It's not. This can't end like this. Not like this, not like this. I refuse to accept it. I, who was her most trusted companion, know it. I refuse to believe that they will all die and leave us alone. Perhaps Shadow-sama was her savior, and that's why they feel the pain, but don't you think we'll all suffer the same fate if you decide to leave like Shadow-sama? I don't want to accept it, the fact that he's no longer here, to be honest. I don't even know why I'm here right now. All I know is that he probably wanted you to follow his will. He already had a plan for this. New is right. We can't leave this like this. Alpha began to move as everyone looked at her and focused their attention on their current leader. We must follow Shadow's will. We must follow his legacy. Honor his destiny. And take revenge on those who took Shadow from us. Only then can we make his memory proud. You're right. Alpha-sama. All still affected. They stood up, leaving Shadow, Beta, and Epsilon smiling as they looked at their lord. We will avenge you, Shadow-sama, and when that happens, I can finally be by your side. Just wait a little longer, you won't be alone. Alpha-sama, the boss is still alive. Delta will not leave this place. Delta continued to cling insistently to Shadow's lifeless body. Clinging to her belief, she continued to insist. I can revive him, but they don't want him to use his brain. Ada, you know very well that if your plan fails, which always happens on the first try, you will make the only thing left of Shadow-sama disappear in this world? Right? Are you aware of that? Do you want to see him dead here and die with him? Instead of trying something? What do you suggest? Eta is enough. Understood. Elsewhere. My thoughts and consciousness were still there. What will happen now? Will I die for good, or will I simply crumble to dust? Doubt still invaded my small mental space. For some strange reason, my consciousness hadn't faded away. I don't know if time is slow or if it's just my imagination. In my normal body, it would have felt like 4 hours had passed, but perhaps it was only 5 minutes. It was taking me a while to fade away. Or maybe was my soul traveling? I have no idea. Slowly in the darkness of my consciousness I could see a small light. I deduced that it was probably judging when I reincarnated in my past isekai world. Perhaps now I was going to reincarnate, and this is the part where my memories are lost forever. but the more the light blinded my sight. Finally, I woke up. To my strange surprise, the sky was reddish. I felt my body as I always felt, but a strange heat began to take over my body slowly. So I hadn't lost my memory. Where am I? I began to look around, my vision still blurry. An inevitable headache invaded my body as I tried to process it all. It's true, I died in combat against myself. I said goodbye with my last performance as a girl mob. I rubbed my eyes a little and noticed that my abdominal wound was no longer there. Looking around, I noticed flames all around me and several strange creatures, some watching me and others simply engaged in other activities. The underworld? A strange pain began to invade my body. The flames began to consume me on the hot ground when I observed my limbs slowly began to catch fire. I created a small barrier which prevented the weather and the ground itself from burning me. I put out the flames with mana. Although the oxygen still burned my lungs as if I were breathing something toxic. It will probably take me time to get used to it. I felt multiple presences near me, all with hostile intentions. I raised my sword and finished them all off in microseconds. My strength is still there. And my body seems to be the same. The slime is with me, but the slime was slowly starting to melt off my body, probably due to the high ambient temperature. With a little mana, I tried to reinforce my suit and prevent it from completely falling apart. Apparently, the mana was still working as well as it had before my death, which is strange. For demons, they're all very weak. My mana is still working fine, my strength hasn't weakened. Am I trapped in some dimension? In that case, do I have to defeat someone to get out of here? I started to move. Inevitably, I began to inhale toxic oxygen with no other option to breathe. My lungs were certainly a weakness. I couldn't strengthen my organs with magic. My lungs hurt a lot when I breathed. With no other options, I continued on my way. Unexpectedly, I felt an attack from behind which I dodged without any major complications. When I looked at who was responsible, it was the NPC demons I had defeated previously. So they're immortal. After all, I'm in a place where there are only souls, in theory? Or maybe because they're demons, they're immortal. I've heard similar stories before. Then, I waited for the demons to attack me. I tested their techniques and power. Their strength was good but not quite what I was looking for, perhaps because they were lower-ranking demons. Their attacks were blocked by my intact slime sword. I stepped back. Atomic Soul. The moment I approached and cut down everyone in my path, I made sure their souls were absorbed. When my sword touched them, I noticed that my ability worked. Their bodies were now empty, and their souls had been taken. With my fist, I carelessly destroyed their souls. Interesting. My lungs slowly began to heal, but it still hurt to breathe. Apparently, the souls here were immortal, but the healing process was so slow that it seemed like it was done on purpose, to make the weak souls who fell into this place suffer. Unfortunately, that's bad. I'm not weak at all. Wow, there's too much noise in this place. I understood that hell was inhabited by the most evil souls in the universe or people who had some deadly sin, but I didn't imagine that there would be so many people screaming here in the place even though I already knew it. Maybe it works differently than the hell of my old life? I walked across the ground, which was still burning with flames. The barrier protected me from superficial damage. He wondered if I could adapt to this temperature. Should I try? Chapter 21, Remastered. The Underworld, an Adventure. I found myself on that path that seemed endless with no apparent end. Full of darkness, full of monsters, with my lungs hurt from breathing the atmosphere of that place, I just continued on my way, even with the pain in my soul, calmly I couldn't stop. I should be in pain, I should avoid moving too much and above all, be scared, but that? I abandoned that a long time ago. Now my only goal was simply one, the Eminence in the shadows. Why do I feel excitement instead of fear? I don't know. The boss must be somewhere in this place. As I walked along the path, I found myself on a great height, a large castle. It was very tall. It was probably 3 or 4 times the size of one from my old past life, although they were only stories. That castle had strange skulls, probably from different races, as decoration on the doors, and a dark/red/yellow flame surrounded the place with colors. At the same time, the atmosphere was very different. It seemed like a small field had been created especially for such a dangerous area. The door was approximately 6 meters high. There were several demons watching over hundreds. A river of lava with a beautiful red color like the moon that day. The sky was darker than usual, perfect for me. That wasn't the only thing I noticed. A tall staircase with visible damage connected to the castle as an entrance. The damage was probably recent. The place was always attacked, as was to be expected in a place like this. I could see some large walls behind it that covered the castle from the top. They were probably 100 meters high. The stones were enormous and extremely sharp. It almost seemed to mistake them for mini mountains. I flew over the castle. On my way, I encountered some weak demon NPCs. I finished them all off. It's strange, but even though I felt like playing around a bit, I had a strange feeling running through my body. It was the first time I felt like maybe I shouldn't enter that place. If my body was on alert, my soul would struggle to move forward. Now my desire to face the boss of that castle was greater, my expectations increased. I never had a plan B because I never thought through my death in detail. My plan was to live more than 300 years. Even more? One of my old goals before becoming the Eminence in the Shadows was to become a demon king. But that goal is now beyond my reach. In that case, I'll be so powerful that death will never be able to take my life again. The road is long, and there were many NPCs blocking my way, but they weren't a major problem for me. When I took out one more demon, I couldn't help but think, am I stronger, or are they too weak? I mean, all these NPCs weren't a problem for me. But the ease with which I finished this was boringly low. Have I increased my power? Have I become a demon? I don't think so. There were too many. I wonder what my opponent's design will be. Will it be a horrible, cliché creature? A trapped human like me? A god? He who calls himself the god of the underworld lights up my soul. Along the way I encountered stronger NPCs the further I advanced. Some took me a bit by surprise. The injuries I sustained on my body were mostly my lungs and throat. I'm still struggling to adapt to such an environment, probably because I tend to adapt to my opponent's fighting style or my rigorous training, but I haven't tried extreme climate training since it's my first time. It makes sense. I started walking towards that huge door that was over 3 meters wide. I opened the enormous door. Around me were some fire decorations, a huge portrait unrecognizable to my eye, a golden chair, and skeletons that looked decent, but maybe I'd add more if it were a final boss of this magnitude. I'll still give some points for daring to be a little creepy. What do you want? Are you the boss of the underworld? That's right, I am Hades, god of the underworld. God? There has been a chain of supreme beings known as gods for thousands of years, and the first of these supreme beings has entrusted us and other unknown supreme beings with a position. Each of us dominates a dimension with a purpose. Those souls who fall into either good or evil. This is the first time I've seen a human in this realm, and yet he's come at me, overcoming my defenses. It's truly surprising. My name is Shadow. He who hunts in the shadows, he who stalks in the shadows. Shadows? Interesting. A human with such a strong spirit and a power emanating from it. It's something you don't see every day. It would be rude not to introduce myself. My name is Hades, leader and lord of the underworld, the darkness, and the gloom. I can guess that your intention in coming to see me was not to greet me or get to know me. Would you like to start first? I raised my sword before Hades and emanated my aura with force. I had to respond to a battle request with a wonderful presentation. I heard certain rumors about a human who cheated death, obtained unimaginable power. No one could against him. He calls himself the Eminence in the Shadows. That's right. The Eminence in the Shadows covers everything. Everything is hunted by me. Now you're on my list. Do you dare to challenge the king of the underworld? Do you want to die alone? What a troublesome guest, very well. Hades closed his book as he stood up from his throne. I am Hades, king of the underworld. And I accept your challenge, Eminence in the shadows. It will be an honor to end the evil of evils. This will be my step to becoming the true Eminence in the shadows before taking the final step. Do we have to think about what we will do to his family's reaction? Gunma mentioned those words while the long-haired elf continued to observe Shadow's crystal, still in disbelief for not being able to do anything. Deep down, she was devastated, but she was bad at expressing such emotions. We can't do that to his sister. Let her find out that we couldn't even help her brother, and we were just in the way. Besides, Shadow always protected her from the shadows. Saying anything to her would be betraying the promise that she would keep her safe for a reason. His identity is not something to decide or not. If we knew who he was, it was because we had the honor. Alpha-sama, sooner or later your sister and family are going to find out. We have to do something about it. Cid Kagenou's disappearance will last for months and will create anguish. Immediately some magical presences were felt heading to the place. It was clear who they were. They were Knights of Midgar who were not going to stay just like that after the massacre at the school and now the enormous magical collision that had some civilians also to make their reports of what was happening in general many humans. We have to go! All the shadows retreated while Alpha continued carrying Shadow's lifeless body. What happened here? I guess a battle happened here. It's likely that Shadow Garden had something to do with it, or the Diabolos cult. They are definitely crazy. It's not for nothing that they're Midgar's number 2 criminal organization, or even number 1. Some were making their theories of what exactly had happened. The Knights, for their part, moved the civilians away from the area completely while they did their own investigations. A girl with long black hair wearing the Midgar school uniform began to run through the crowd, colliding with some, but without caring. This continued on her way. Alexia, who was in the area investigating among the civilians, had collided with her. Oh. Claire? Have you seen my brother? He hasn't appeared all night since this incident. I'm worried. He never sneaks out this late at night. No, I haven't seen him. I'm just hearing about this disaster. I didn't know Cid disappeared. Claire grabbed Alexia's sleeves, insisting on her question with some desperation. Alexia only sweated at this. Everyone was staring at them, which was a truly embarrassing scene. Have you seen it? No, I haven't seen. Sure. If you continue like this, we're going to get a rap on the scandal we're creating. Besides, I'm sure there were more missing people besides your brother, who are still being investigated. The most prudent thing to do is to go back and think things through. We won't do anything here. And to think that I helped her. What did you say, Aurora? Nothing. I still have trouble understanding her when she talks like that. Several civilians stared at them, although due to the situation they didn't pay much attention, while some were just confused by the attitude of both young ladies. What do you suggest, sir? Considering the damage, will they be able to repair it? Yes, although we are lacking materials, some areas would be vulnerable to attacks, and we still lack a lot of material. Wow, I think we'll need some backup on this, but it's not a good idea. It won't work. Everyone knows about the virus and won't want to send their troops for fear of getting infected, and even less so if they find out something unknown has made a crater in Midgar. I guess we have no choice. Let's ask Mitsugoshi for some extra security cameras. Maybe that way we'll spot a suspect. We'll set off the alarms. Understood. A dark hooded elf stood there, and several zombies were pierced with her sword cuts as clean as rain in a simple manner. My cuts aren't like his yet. Do I need more precision? Beatrix, Goddess of War. Chapter 22, Remastered. The Mysteries. A roar began to sound throughout the underworld. Hades had wielded his trident and launched himself at Shadow at great speed. It's fast. I stopped his attack with my sword, however the attack was so powerful that I was still thrown through the castle. I noticed some blood started to come out of my mouth when I hit the wall. Was that attack really too strong? And I was injured, and that only means one thing. Shadow began to smile as he stood up and resumed his initial combat stance. Good, another rival who makes it difficult for me. I always wanted this feeling. The moment I launched myself, I planned my next offensive. With my speed, I began to surround my opponent. Shadow would appear behind Hades and try to hit him. However, he would bend down and with the back tip of his trident hit Shadow, sending him far away again. Ha ha ha, that's it, Lord of the Underworld, this is a great battle. Shadow continued attacking Hades as if tiredness didn't exist in him. More excited than ever, he continued his offensive. That's impressive, you're the first human who has ever resisted an attack of mine, even if it's blocked. I must give you my congratulations. In that case, in a moment of Hades' carelessness, Shadow would manage to slash him. However, the slash would not be able to do much damage to Hades, more than a simple superficial cut without being able to pierce him completely. Didn't it work? Human weapons cannot harm me. It is a pity for you. Although you managed to inflict superficial damage on me, no human before you had ever accomplished your feat without a divine weapon. I give you my acknowledgments. Hades launched himself at Shadow again, who would block several attacks. However, in one specific attack, Hades would launch such a strong attack that Shadow's sword would break. His heaven-destroying technique had been carried out as soon as it collided with his opponent's weapon and a large whirlwind formed around him. Said whirlwind tore him to pieces. Oh! Hades tried to pierce Shadow again, but Shadow stopped his attack with his bare hands. Blood began to drip from Shadow's hands and a large amount of cut had been generated on both of his hands despite using mana that would strengthen his limbs. Wow, not even my true power can withstand your attacks, I think. I found a great opponent. Hades launched an attack, however Shadow began to use his martial arts learned in his past life, managing to stop several attacks and hitting Hades with a strong kick that would make him retreat a little. Wow, I didn't think I'd have to use them, but this is the situation where the mob unleashes its full power. Wow, you're interesting, maybe I can get a little serious with you. Hades began to accumulate a large amount of energy around him. The energy began to fill the place around him with flames and the castle decorations rotted when in contact with the magic that it released. Hades threw his trident at Shadow, who this time didn't try to block it, instead he dodged the trident. His right arm was grazed and a small wound was generated. His slime suit also had that damage and left it exposed where it was grazed. The rocks behind Shadow began to be destroyed and formed a great collision of wind that destroyed mountains in the blink of an eye as if it were paper. Did his attack power increase? Hades focused his left hand on his opponent's location. The trident, which was now on the ground, returned to him, and he tried to attack his opponent again. Shadow jumped, this time completely dodging the attack. The trident returned to its original owner. A boomerang attack? While in the air, Hades focused his attack on Shadow again. He swung his trident in almost the blink of an eye. Shadow took the stab to the stomach, flying off and crashing into several hellish rocks from the underworld. Can you still move? Hades launched himself at Shadow again, who barely stood up when he generated a huge explosion around him of overwhelming amounts of magic. It was a distraction planned to cloud the vision of the god of the underworld. It's time to plan my offensive. Shadow didn't finish his words, he spat out too much blood and fell to his knees on the ground. I couldn't see that attack, it almost destroyed my stomach, it will be difficult for me to move. And regeneration doesn't work much because of the toxic environment of this place, not to mention that I have never regenerated organs before. My healing isn't the best in these cases and atomic rain won't do much good because of the toxic environment as soon as it breaks the barrier. It's time to stop playing games. Shadow began to get up with some difficulty while wiping the blood from his mouth, and he floated back into the sky. Hades twisted his trident slightly, blurring the field of vision in a quick, small blink. To his surprise, his opponent was no longer there. Where are you looking? Shadow would launch a blow towards Hades, magically charged with most of his strength. Such a blow caused Hades to be sent several kilometers away. Flash. Atomic! 3 days had passed since the death of Shadow/Cid. In the underworld, meanwhile, several months had passed since time influences differently in this than on Earth. However, as souls were beings of eternal youth, this did not affect them in the slightest. The Mitsugoshi Company was trying to find various ways with the help of ETA without resorting to the brain method. However, all attempts were useless. reviving someone was a very advanced process without forgetting that they had to continue the vaccine against the virus that still had no cure. The pressure was quite strong for the shadows who were against the ropes, but they did not lose hope of being able to revive Shadow. I wonder where I should go now. I killed the protagonist. I could try to finish more of them off, but they don't have anyone strong enough to stop me here either. It's all a bit boring. Are you sure this was Alpha-sama? Yes, it was here where he went. Well, let's go in now. I need to see the boss again. It's been so long since I've seen him. The 7 shadows crossed the portal they found in that mysterious lake that was connected to the magical sky. There would be several posters of Cid missing. It was Claire who would have spread all of these, worried about her brother with desperation. We have to tell him, that's what Shadow-sama would probably have wanted. But if we do it, you know how it will all end. Besides, he never said such words. If we don't tell her, it'll get worse. She'll search for him until she finds him throughout the kingdom, and she doesn't seem to be getting tired. We have to tell her. To keep her safe, it's the only way we can protect her. But Zeta moved towards where Claire was. She herself, upon seeing Zeta, would recognize her from having seen her on the previous occasion when she was saved, as well as her great mana coming from her radiated unprecedentedly. Be careful, she's too strong. Do you think I don't know? What do you want? Who are you and what are you looking for? I warn you that if you are responsible for my brother's disappearance, I came to tell you about your brother's whereabouts. Whereabouts? Well, your brother Cid. Zeta clenched her fist, which she had hidden behind her back to hide her anger when mentioning the news, and trying to appear as calm as possible about the situation. What about my brother? Do you know what happened to him? If you know something, tell me now. Your brother. Tell me what happened to Cid. He is dead. What did you say? My brother is dead? Do you think I'm going to believe that? See for yourself. Zeta showed the photo of Cid's body to Claire, who, upon seeing it, recognized the facial features. There was no doubt, the clothes, the face, the hair, everything was the same as her brother's. She was completely shocked. That the Aurora also couldn't believe what she was seeing. The knight who had saved her was completely dead. It was something impossible to believe from her view of Claire's body. Cid is Chapter 23, Remastered. A New World. The attack that I would have launched created a huge flash of purple light. The pressure was such at one point that I managed to destroy a large part of the surroundings without problems. Oh. Didn't he suffer at all? You have a power interesting in that case. The sword was broken by Hades's bare hand. A few drops began to make a sound as if they were water. It was the blood of the king of the underworld falling slowly from his hands in an unprecedented manner. I'll show you a skill of mine as the god of the underworld. The ground of the underworld began to be destroyed by the immeasurable power that both sides began to emanate without precedent. Hades began to use much of his strength. He had become excited for the first time in his entire life in a great battle for thousands of years. He channeled all his strength into a single attack which he named Earth Crusher. Shadow made a slime shield with all his power, trying to nullify the attack. However, the attack was so devastating that the shield was broken almost instantly, along with Shadow, and the land of the underworld all began to be split in two, along with the sky, which was divided. This is bad. Shadow moved a little and his mana shield was completely destroyed. However, his arm was sliced by the trident completely aggressively. The explosion was so devastating that several demons died nearby, and the entire underworld began to shake with the power of Hades unleashed. I've never felt so much pain. Shadow took his arm and tried to repair it, but the healing was slow and painful. It takes so long to heal that the pain comes quickly and the toxin doesn't help. It reduces my regeneration. Do you want to continue? Continue? Shadow started to get annoyed upon hearing those words. He had never received an answer in which he decided whether to continue a fight because he was at a disadvantage. It was a feeling of injury more than any physical pain. A pain that hurt his pride indirectly. Do you ask the Eminence in the shadows if he wants to continue? This must be a bucking joke. Shadow expelled a large amount of magical energy around the entire place, covering several kilometers of the underworld with a large barrier and purple energy, while he mentioned some strange words. Wow, so you have an even more interesting attack. I am. Hades for his part began to smile while holding his trident. Flames surrounded him. It's a peculiar energy I like. I accept the human challenge. Flames of the underworld. Hades made a field of fire around him that covered everything. Atomic! Both attacks were launched colliding with each other, destroying several kilometers of the underworld, causing a huge collision throughout the generated area. What is Cid doing? That's impossible. This is not true. Were you involved? Claire threw herself at Zeta furiously and uncontrollably tried to attack her with all her power. Her anger had clouded her vision now. No, why do you think I came to tell you? At that moment, Zeta received a blow from Claire. That action made her angry. Zeta responded with a strong blow, leaving her on the ground, powerless. That blow, which Zeta threw, was partly with good force due to the anger of the moment. Enough is enough! Damn it! Just before Claire launched herself again, she was stopped by the Zeta faction and trapped in several slime tentacles, preventing her from moving freely. First listen to what we have to tell you, Claire-san. Let me go, damn you! You killed my brother! This isn't possible. Aurora began to remember the moments she had spent with Shadow/Cid Kagenou throughout her life. Her mind had now been flooded with memories while strange drops came out of her eyes without warning to her surprise, but not so much surprise without paying attention to these tiny details. It can't be possible that the Aurora finally inevitably began to shed some tears slowly from her beautiful face, which fell into the white void of Claire's mind without end. He promised he would kill me if he saw me, so why now? We weren't the ones to blame. The one to blame is someone pretending to be Shadow. As Shadow? A new enemy is lurking in Midgar and Shadow Garden is having a hard time. We lost our leader. Tell me who was the idiot who killed my brother. I'll go kill him right now. I promised him that we would protect you, but we can make an exception if you are willing to lend us your strength. I'll do whatever it takes for him. Then receive power and fight on our side. Zeta began to extend her hand towards the black-haired woman. Without hesitation, in her desperation, she took that hand. Upon making contact, a dark slime began to cover the black-haired woman in all its splendor. The use of this power by the smiles we didn't protect you will know how to use this power. Claire began to remember Cid and through tears, raised her sword and at the same time her gaze. I'm ready to avenge my brother. If I need power, I'm willing to join Shadow Garden to avenge him. The shadows came from that enormous lake that was formed in the sky, and they all appeared in a strange unknown forest with no apparent whereabouts from the place where they were. Delta, can you locate it? Delta began to sniff the ground trying to find Shadow's scent, confirming that he had already been there due to her feline instincts clear to her master. Yes, Basu was here and the sense of smell has a way d'se. Delta Gianos. And? Delta moved and the other shadows began to follow her in an orderly fashion as she sniffed the path. What should I do now? The Demon King's plot. I guess I could just find new members and wipe out this world and everyone. No, that would sound boring. I shouldn't wipe everyone out. I must leave everyone alive so that someday there will be a hero who can challenge me. If I do that, the world of the plot must be like this. Shadow was thoughtfully sipping some wine from his finest glass as he sat. I think it's time to find an old business partner. Shadow began to smile, turning his head a little in a strange way, and at the same time he put down his wine glass. Chapter 24, Remastered. Destinations. The explosion of both would be shaking the underworld. However, something was happening. The atomic was being repelled by the flames, which were going deeper and deeper into the energy. Before the flames consumed everything, Shadow would try to make a barrier. However, upon contact with the flames, he would still be sent flying too far away. A large smoke screen would be created, preventing them from seeing clearly. Hades would no longer feel Shadow's energy, so he would deduce that he was no longer nearby. In the deepest mountains of the underworld, a dark figure would be seen. It was Shadow, who would be standing covered in wounds. He could barely move. His arm was beginning to regenerate, however it was very slow. Wow, so not even the atomic can beat him. Shadow would just sigh and look at the reddish sky of the underworld. I will do everything to defeat you, king of the underworld. Shadows cover everything, and you will be no exception. So you're willing to defeat the king of the underworld? A female voice could be heard throughout the place. Who are you? Shadow would remain attentive, waiting for some reaction, some attack or signal. However, he did not feel hostile intentions in the figure he was seeing. I'm just a girl who failed to stop her loved one from dying. The girl had introduced herself. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the marks she had were tattoos that covered most of her body. What do you mean, speak? That doesn't matter now, he's dead because of Hades. Because of Hades? He and Hades were good friends, but he wanted to die, and instead of supporting him, he fulfilled what he wanted. He killed him. Instead of helping him, he decided to end his life, and that's why I hate him so much. I see. If you help me, I'll help you defeat him. And how exactly will you help me? Human weapons cannot harm the god of the underworld, but there is one exception. The beings here can become weapons if they are willing to fight someone and form the Voland. Voland? Yes, I can become a weapon so you can hurt Lord Hades. If you fight with that sword you have in your hand, you will never be able to hurt him no matter how much you train. But I saw your battle and you endured a lot. If you have a weapon, you will have one more hope. Interesting idea, just this once. Yes, on your arm I will heal you. I don't need you to cure me. Just let me do it. The flames of the underworld nullify magic and regeneration, but the healing powers of people from the underworld itself are more effective here. Can I trust you? I lost my only reason for living long ago. Killing Hades is all I wish for. Once done, I can rest in peace beside him. Are you planning to commit suicide just for one person? Wow, that sounds sad, but it doesn't matter. My goal is to defeat Hades and return to Earth to stop me. If another version of me thinks he'll get away with it, and proclaim himself the strongest shadow in the world, he's very wrong. I received your message as soon as Shadow-sama arrived. A white-haired girl with feline ears had arrived at the place. It was none other than Yukime, who would kneel before Shadow, WB. I have some plans, so I need you. Yes, anything for my lord. I hope you don't fail me like the others. The others? Could you explain to me what Shadow-sama is talking about? The shadows were just stubborn, not letting me do the missions as I wished, and they even opposed me, so they are traitors. Oh, I see. We will create a new evil organization and it will be called Crew of the Nightmare. Evil organization? But Shadow-sama has never done anything like that before. I feel his aura is a bit different. It's too dark compared to the last time we met, and his appearance is taller. How much do you think about Yukime? Shadow's cold words froze the girl for a few seconds, and she immediately responded nervously. And nothing, Shadow-sama. I was just thinking about how we will recruit the members. Good question. There probably aren't that many powerful people in this world, and it would take a long time to find new ones, so I'll create the members. Shadow would throw a blast of dark magic at the ground, which would immediately begin to shake and some statues would emerge. Shortly after Shadow used his power, the statues would open into pieces, revealing several shadowy figures with such abysmal power that would make Yukime tremble for a second as she simply contemplated this. She never imagined that the shadows would betray Shadow, but even more so, that Shadow would create a new organization. All of this was so sudden that she could only watch. Lord Shadow, we are at your service. The 7 figures would kneel before Shadow, who just looked without any surprise. From now on they will be called the 7 Nightmares. Narrator's note. The 7 Nightmares are divided into ranks. Seat 1, God of Techniques, Technique God. Seat 2, God of Nightmares. Seat 3, God of Fighting. Seat 4, God of Shadows. Seat 5, God of Madness. Seat 6, Demon God. Seat 7, God of the Void, Laplance. What is our first mission, Lord Shadow? Chaos. Understood. Why did Shadow-sama say chaos? What is he planning? It's not like that, but I have the feeling that I should keep quiet, otherwise something very bad could happen. The work is back. Now with the new name of the Eminence Indiana Shadow, Chaos. Great battles are approaching. I hope you are ready. 3. And thanks for still supporting this almost forgotten work. It's stoned, I know, but weed is my passion. LOL XD. Chapter 25, Remastered. The beginning of something. A light would illuminate everything in a completely dark room in front of Shadow, who would only stare at it while sighing. After all, he had already reached his limit at this point. He no longer thought that anything could face him, not even his other version could do it. That little hope he had of a worthy battle was over, and he would only turn around. Walking slowly, footsteps were heard. You've broken the balance of the universe with what you just did. One way or the other. Shadow just kept walking disinterestedly among the shadows. The premonition will approach faster than you expected. Remember the 3 points? You said someone was going to give me my long-awaited battle after years of boredom. At 19 I stopped training to get stronger. I had already reached the pinnacle of my power, and I only kept myself without rusting, waiting for that day of your premonition to arrive. When I saw my other self, I thought it was him, and what a surprise. You gave me a version inferior to him. If that was your card, I have nothing else to do here. I will destroy this place too. Your premonition was meant to come when you were 30. But you did something terrible. You traveled from one dimension to another and destroyed a dimension, and now you've broken your universe's timeline and caused a disaster. That will only make the premonition come sooner. Do what you want. Remember that I warned you. Shadow would leave that place the moment he closed his eyes and woke up. No one can defeat me. At least I will be a good demon king, so that in the end my objective is achieved and I die on my own. Although I would have preferred it to be in a battle like my other version or because of my carelessness. Claire. Where are we going? Seda would just ignore her, causing Claire to get upset. We are heading back to what Mitsugoshi was. Claire, what about you? Naturally, we are forbidden from revealing our identity and who we are, but that doesn't matter anymore, not now that he's gone. Seda, don't get me wrong. We're telling her why she's an ally that I took into account, and she's under my permission. If you dare tell anyone or recruit useless members, you'll pay dearly. SSI. Iris, what's going on? Princess Iris, the attacks continue throughout the kingdom. I fear Shadow Garden is responsible. Iris, Shadow Garden? Iris would remember for a few moments the brutal beating she received from Shadow and would begin to clench her fists tightly. Iris, Shadow. What's the order? Iris, take shelter for the others, so they don't leave. I'll go confront Shadow Garden. Wait, no, Iris-sama, there are too many of them. I don't doubt that you are stronger than them, but they are too many in number. Iris, do it. SSI. The gentleman would withdraw, closing the door. So you're planning on doing it, right, sister? Iris, Alexia? When did you get in? Alexia, that doesn't matter. What matters now is what you're about to do, and as a sister, I can't let you go alone. Iris, don't even think about it. You have no chance against them. Alexia, you too. If you go alone, they will overwhelm you in number. I had an experience with Shadow Garden before, and not even you are at their level. Iris, so what do you want me to do? Give up and let them destroy everything? Alexia, no, but if we want to win, we need a stronger weapon to stop them, especially the leader, otherwise we won't be able to do anything. Iris. Alexia would approach Iris, calming her down. Nay-san, a long time ago I would have wanted to see both sides dead because of them. The kingdom has been suffering so much. I want them to die because of their actions. But if I've learned anything during this time that we've faced both organizations, it's that we simply can't do anything against them. That's why we have to make a new plan. All right. Sir, we have received new news. I heard that Shadow Garden is attacking Midgar. They have already released their troops and are massacring anyone they find in their path. What's the new order? Just wait. Position 6. They are doing the dirty work for us, saving us trouble. But what if they attack us too? Position 6. We already have a plan to get rid of them. Something's not right, I have a bad feeling. Post 6. Are you saying my plan will fail? Not at all, sir. I regret my insistence. I trust you. I can't wait for Alpha-sama to give us the order to attack. We won't do it. Huh? Why not? He killed Shadow-sama. And that's why we can't attack now. But Delta wants to hunt him down. Delta wants to make him pay for what he's done. He will do it, believe me, he will, but not now. It's what Shadow-sama would have thought. A plan is necessary before acting. Grr. Delta would leave the room somewhat upset, leaving Alpha alone. Ganma would have recently arrived. What happened? It was nothing. It's still annoying, right? I don't blame her. We all are useless for not being able to protect the man who saved our lives. We couldn't return the favor to the one who gave us a reason to exist. As he clenched his fists and blood flowed out of them. And even more so the fact that he has the horrible nerve to wear his same appearance and clothing. How was Zeta's mission? We received your report, and it says you managed to locate Shadow-sama, Claire's sister, and have recruited her. Recruited? I only asked him to protect her. She's the only Shadow family left, and we can't make her lose her. That's what he would have wanted too. I also received another report. Zeta apparently detects an unknown potential in her. She still doesn't know exactly how to describe it. However, with training she could increase her capabilities in addition to wanting to avenge Shadow-sama. Alpha-sama, I think we should give her the opportunity. After all, even if we stop her sister, don't forget that for her, like us, our master was the best person she has ever known, and they won't hesitate to kill the person responsible, even if we are in the way. The least we can do is train her and continue the plan. The will is ready, but I don't feel any change. At the moment Shadow deactivated the barrier, he would notice that his lungs were no longer inflamed by breathing the hot and cold air of purgatory. It doesn't hurt to breathe, and the weather doesn't hurt me. It seems that it wasn't just a sword you gave me, Lilith. From a throne in the structures of a burning castle. So you did it, Lilith. Hades would smile as he smashed his metal artifact into pieces. Chapter 26, Remastered. Consequences. Day 7 since the invasion of the new Shadow Garden, Midgar was almost 100% invaded by Shadow Garden. Meanwhile, plans were already being established to invade Oriana and the other kingdoms. The Diabolos cult has disappeared since the beginning of the catastrophe. Is unknown why they do not interfere. Shadow's public image was now feared by the world. Various news and newspapers came out that he sowed chaos throughout the place. Also of the possible fall of Midgar and its princess, since the place was being devastated and Iris Midgar did not seem to interfere, or the king of Midgar. People began to theorize that they had died or had simply surrendered to Shadow's hands. Of course, this for the other kingdoms, since one more competition was gone. However, few dared to invade the ruins of Midgar for fear of finding the organization whose nickname, as Shadow Garden was non-existent now, was called Nightmare. This after some tried to invade thinking they were just false rumors until they realized how wrong they were. Each kingdom put security between themselves, and different places began protection plans in case of emergency. If Shadow attacked, they could escape and confront him. They also gave the order to prohibit foreigners from entering, and more so if they were from Midgar, thinking that they were the culprits of such an incident, and more for not stopping something so simple. On the other hand, the Shadows did not stop with their investigations, seeing various ways to revive Shadow. However, each one failed because bringing his soul sounded scientifically impossible even for ETA. This one tried to create a copy of Shadow with his blood. However, the Shadows denied this option since they did not want a robotic Shadow. That was not a solution, and it would not be the same Shadow that they fell in love with, and thanks to which they are what they are, and the organization they have created. On the other hand, time in the underworld was different, being 1 hour in that place, 1 minute in the real world. However, Shadow did not realize this. It was normal since they were completely different dimensions. In the same way, Shadow's soul could not age, so it was not going to be a major problem. The Eminence Indiana, the Shadows, will kill the king of the underworld. If this is going to be the final boss, I couldn't ask for a better ending. This is so cliché that I love it. Shadow began to head back to what was Hades' castle, taking days to get there again due to the distance. Every demon that stood in his way was eradicated in a very simple way by the Eminence in the shadows. He only enjoyed killing every demon. The fights here were not comparable to those he had on Earth. It was a challenge, which he liked, but even if he held back for a bit of battle, they all fell before the Eminence. The further I advanced, I could see something shiny in the distance. I had seen it, there was no doubt. The Hades' curse had arrived again. However, another wave of demons got in the way trying to stop me, but I was already a little bored of fighting against people who were not of my level. I burned them all with magic while laughing and continued. Advancing, finally I managed to arrive. I proceeded to walk and violently open the doors until I reached the main high door. Instead of destroying it, I will make the entrance of an Eminence. Eminence Technique 76 Final Entrance. I entered elegantly. My slime suit was no longer covered in blood. It was as shiny as ever as I inhaled this air that burned my lungs before. Now I could breathe like. So you're back. Hades would close his book, and when looking at Shadow he would notice something peculiar. His sword had a peculiar design. The part where he held it a red circle, the edges had wings as if they were demonic wings. The edge shone with an intense red, and his purple aura from before had now mixed with a new one. He felt something different in the. So, you have a will. Interesting. This is unexpected. In my millennia of life ruling this place, I have never seen the union of two souls with a single goal, and even more so, that goal being to defeat me is a peculiar challenge. I like it. Hades would rise from his throne and take up his trident again. Let's start round 2. Hades would launch himself with his trident at an almost imperceptible speed. When he tried to attack Shadow, he quickly stopped the attack with the tip of his sword, the same as the trident. Such a feat would surprise Hades since he was known for his trident of the underworld and his great strength. No one besides his brothers could ever stop an attack in its tracks, although the strength he was using was only a test. Seeing that Shadow did not fall before the power he used before, he would get a little excited, and with a quick turn he moved the trident away to try to hit Shadow with the tip, who took a step back, evading the attack. You're strong. You're not doing anything wrong. Hades' trident began to shine, which caused Shadow to look at this curiously. The trident began to accumulate so much energy that an explosion was released. Hades would look among the dust where Shadow was. When he felt something close, he quickly stopped a sword blow that was aimed at his skull from Shadow, who, upon seeing this feat, would begin to smile. Both were enjoying their battle for the first time. In the case of Hades, he finally had an even battle that had been going on for years and more. For a human who did a volant, a feat that had never occurred, it was a special duel. As soon as Shadow, his version of the future, was able to make him use his 100%, however, he did not enjoy the battle itself because he was defeated very quickly. He hoped to have at least similar strength to be able to enjoy it more. Metallic sounds and screeches of metal colliding with each other began to be heard. When the view was focused on the place, it was a fairly large place. Fog ran through the place, and a large dragon was asleep in the background. Around it was what was the Shadow Garden Mansion, while several numerals and rookies watched the fight in amazement. You let your guard down a lot. You need to focus more. You want to avenge your brother, don't you? Then show that you want to do it. Claire, with an annoyed expression, would try to keep up with Zeta, but she was too fast for her to follow her. She was just playing with Claire. Let me fight. You're in a bad situation. No. I myself will avenge my brother. I promise never to depend on external powers to achieve my goal. Do you think I don't feel the same? Shut up! What do you know about my brother? You don't even care about others. You only saved me because it was convenient, and because I was a good vessel. I bet you wanted my brother dead too. That's not. What do you see in my brother besides power? Have you thought about something other than just his power? His feelings. No one here understands me. No one here knows the pain I'm going through right now for being useless and not being able to help him. And also for discovering that he was always stronger but didn't tell me because of my pride. Do you think I don't feel like garbage now that I know? Do me a favor, Dawn, and leave me alone. I'm not in the mood for being lectured on how weak I am. Wanna hear me say it myself? Go ahead, here it is. I'm weak. Now leave me alone. The connection would have been cut, and Claire would return from her mental trance to concentrate on training for a while. You still have a long way to go. That's all for today. Wait, I can still fight. Zeta would just look at her but turn around and walk again, approaching a number ordering her to treat her. I'm useless, I'm good for nothing. I can't even fight because of my lack of power, brother, forgive me, Cid. I believe in you, don't be discouraged, happy face. An elf with short blonde hair would look with a kind smile at Claire, who just looked at the ground without turning around. Hey 665, we have to cure her. Not encourage her. But 664, Miss Zeta is very strict in training. TCH, listen, you may be just a beginner right now. But don't get discouraged, you'll get stronger with time. This is coming from someone who's been through the training before. But I can't even touch her. How could someone like me have potential in this? Why did they choose me? I can't even get out because I'm so weak. Don't compare yourself to Zeta-sama yet. She's very strong. Not even all of us numbers united could do anything against her if we have a fight. The level of the shadow bosses is too much, and Shadow-sama is at another level yet. It's too hasty to say that you're weak because you can't take on a high-ranking elite. 664 felt a little identified with Claire about her strength, since she also felt powerless after the news of Shadow-sama's death. Everyone had that mindset. If she had been there, perhaps none of this would have happened, or if she were just stronger, she could have helped. Do you believe it? This is how I see it. Come on, cheer up 667. Claire would let out a small smile and a sigh. They were the only ones who didn't treat her like someone very special for being related to what her brother built. Or they treated her badly in training and were always there for her in the depressive moments, when she remembered her brother. They were really very nice.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.